Honorable members, let's pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, before the roll call, I want to, on your behalf, acknowledge the presence of some visitors. We have students from Prince of Peace Child Development Center. They are led by the project director by name Enoch Asiema Ado. And they are coming from Kwabre East constituency. You can see them at the public gallery on the right side of the speaker. On your behalf, I warmly welcome them to the House and encourage them to keep on coming. You may not learn much today because today was a bit heavy for all of us, apart from the national shock we had as a result of the loss of our former First Lady. Today we had to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the introduction of the cedi, our currency. And so we don't have much today, but at least you get a feel of what the House is about. So some members will give you a bit of the taste of it. So please, you may resume your seats and watch what is happening so that in future you can do it better than we are doing. Yes, honorable members, let's now take the roll call. I call upon the clerks to the table to call out your names, and you know what to do because it's clearly stated in the standing orders. So, clerk at the table.
Abdul Aziz Fataya, Abdul Latif Dan, Ablakwa Samuel Okujeto, Abuaji George Kwame, Achampon Brian, Achampon Richard, Akwa Alexander Kwesi, Adam Hamza, Adam Mohammed Amin, Adams Abdul Salam, Adams Kofidi, Adams Mishabu Mama, Adu Ebenezer Kweku, Adu Kweku, Adu Yao Frimpong, Adu Frimpong Nana Ampao Kwame, Adu Kenneth Daniel Nana, Adi Frederick, Ejay Felicia, Adumako Ernest, Adumako Mensa Collins, Adongo Isaac, Edu Jack John Kwame, Edu Chumiao Osei, Afenyo Sedem Kweku, Afenyo Markin Alexander Kwamena, Afol Eric, Aful Kofi Bente, Efriye Nana Yu, Efriye Frank, Agalga James, Agwana Eric Edem, Agwana Fred Kwesi, Agbebe Charles Akwesi, Agboja Kwame Govings, Ejari Alexander, Ejekum Emmanuel Kwejo, Ajiman Kingsley, Ajiman Prempe Eric Nana, Ajiman Rawlings Zaneto, Ajinsam Lawrence, Ahinkwa Frederick Yao, Ahi Samson, Ahiafo Bernard, Eidu Michael Kwesi, Akando Kwabna Minta, Akambra Balidia Lamisi, Akrugu Faustina Eliklim, Alajo Seidu Al Hassan Abdul Fatau, Al Hassan Srini Saibu, Al Hassan Sulemana, Amadou Tanko Mustafa, Amankwa Millicent Yeboah, Amankwa Nicholas, Amankwa Menu Kofi, Amwa Stephen, Amwaku Andre Siama, Amwaku Jampa Rudolph, Ampa Bintreme Simon, Ampim Thomas Nyako, Ampim Thomas Nyako, Ampofu Kwesi Chumesi, Amprechum Sapon Kweku. Anaba Thomas Winsome. Enim Ernest Yao. Ankoma Emilia. Anodon Pre Frank. Animedu Entry Kwame. Apa Clement Abbas. Apieje Patricia. Ahine Ebenezer Prince. Ama Blaine Nyamike. Arthur Emilia. Asamoah Vincent Topon. Asamoah Fred Chei. Asante Lauret Koko. Asante Boatin Kweku. Asensu Boachi Francis. Ashi Alfred Nikote. Esiedu Charles. Esiedu Ida Ajua. Asafwa Vincent Eko. Ata Isa. Ata Mil Samuel. Obini Rabna. Awirigo Simon Akibangi. Ewuku Samuel. Awuni Theresa Ladi. Ayamba Ladi Ayi. Ayarga Mahama. Aye Nanasa Fweje. Ayen Sudan Kwa Grace. Ayiku Benjamin Nate. Ayine Dominica Kritinga. Azuma Joseph. Bafwe Wana Neje. Beju Bernard Bediako. Bandi Mabednego Lamajin. Bataglia Muhammad Isa. Bawadua Charles. Bedrakwesi Emmanuel. Bequeen Frank Esiedu. Bentel Godfred Henry. Bese Daniel Keshi. Beyo Titus Kofi. Bisu Mavis Kukua. Boakun Gideon. Boachia Don Patrick. Boam Emmanuel Kweku. Boama Patrick Yao. Boama Nyako Isaac. Boatin Joseph Apia. Boatin Kwabna. Brahima Bawa Mohammed. Brefo Bright Asamoah. Boa Emmanuel Amakofi. Backman Fifi Philip. Bukari Joseph Nikwe. Chiwete Andrew Dari. Kujo Comfort Doyo. Kujo Robert Wisdom. Dafiamako Roxen Nelson Eche Kwame. Damwakwejo. Dangbe Ernestino Fori. Dapila Cletus Seidu. Dako John. Dako Mensa Kwabnotre. Dauda Collins. Day Sebastian Fred. Jabba Nelson Kofi. Jogbaji Dorani Godwin Enimli. Dra Emmanuel. Dumelo John Seto. Jiwonu Laurentia. Enu James. Foko Chinebua Kodia. For John in team. For Madi Jean Marie. For St. Cassil Atoba. For St. Charles. Frimpon Joseph. Frimpon Ohene Kwame. Gakwe Kwame Jujoli. George Samuel Nate. Ganzal Hassan Kobna. Gomadoyao. Gomashi Ablajifa. Jan Kujo Joanna. Jan Mensan Richard. Yechi Nasira Afra. Haruna Seidu. Hotoji Alexander Roosevelt. Ibrahim Ahmed, Ibrahim Azura Mohammed, Idrisu Habib, Idrisu Haruna, Isifu Mahmoud, Jaja Yusuf Isaka, Joshua Godfred Seidu, Jinapo John Abdullahi, Jinapo Samuel Abdullahi, Kini Jeffrey, Kodria Kwame Apia, Kunedu Akwesi, Kosa Martin Kwekwe J. Mensa, Peli Wolase, Protosu Richmond Edem Kofi, Kuma Joseph Kwame, Kuri Richard, Kuyon Solomon, Kwenu Othniel Eko, Kwatin Kwekwajiman, Che Shirley, Chirejia Dixon, Labi Oscar Ofori, Lati Agnes Namomo, Lukuto Maxwell Kwame, Mahama Alidu Seidu, Mahama Daniel Dang, Mahama Nasil Toure, Mahama Shaibu, Mahama Tia Abdul Karibu, Maafu Kofia Henkra, Mensa Isaac Ej, Mensa Joseph Kwesi, Mijima Nurin Shaibu, Mia Anthony, Mohammed Sharif Abdul Khalid, Mohammed Haruna, Mohammed Yakubu, Mubarak Said, Mumuni Al Hassan, Mumuni Nuruddin Mohammed, Muntaka Mohammed Mubarak, Nandaya Stanley Yao, Nanja Sanja, Napari Dominic, Nawani Mark Kurt, Indebile Beniza Lumri, Nichi Mabila Alamzi, Nitiwu Dominic Bingham Aduna, Inkansambwedu Mavis, Nkrumah Kojo Opon, Nukwa Pius Kwame, Nokoe Kofi Ako, Nogbe Ernest Henry, Notuko Toe Peter Kwesi, Intekuni Emmanuel Kofi, Intim Adelaide, Intosu Helen Ajua, Nyakote Albert Tete, Nyako Bismarck Tete, Nyako Kingsley, Nyako Kwamina Minta, Nyinda Matthew, Obin Kwame Asare, Obri Yabua Kofi, Oklulindo Hinewa Akwele, Odampton Isaac Ashia, Oforiata Duke William Allen Kwame Amwakwata, Ofosu Felix Kwache, Ofosu Jari Elizabeth, Okli Felix Akwete, Okuno Phyllis Nakoyo, Otre Michael Befi, Oyina Champo Akwesi Jemfi, Opoku Davis Ansa, Opoku Eric, Opoku Isaac Yao, Osai Mensan Dapa Elvis, Osai Kennedy Nyako, Osai J Nana, Osai Akoto Seth, Osai Asari Abuna, Oti John Kwabna Bless, Oredu Charles Esuako, Owusu Gloria, Owusu Rachel Ama, Owusu Achal Francis Kwabna Brimpong, Peito Desmond de Graft, Pelpo Rashid Abdul Hassan, Pokweduse Ralph, Kwashi Joycelyn, Kwesi James Jechi, Ramadan Muhammad Adamu, Riketegan George Kweku, Salam Damata Ama Epianima, Sandari Sebastian Meneso, Soya Queens Tamami Pokua, Sefer Richard Kwame, Shaib Jerry Ahmed, Sosu Francis Xavier Kojo, Sowarita Nao Dole, Suparu Mohammed Adams, Suleimana Adama, Suleiman Al Hassan Tampli, Suleimana Yusuf, Suma Anthony Nkwekar, Taylor Issa Salifu, Taylor Abi Ebenezer Klite, Teta Agboji Gisela Akushika, Tete Joseph Akwete, Tobin Emmanuel, Tofi Dokas, Tobu Peter Lanchini, Chepo Thomas Wolanyo, Tubazu Abdul Rauf Tonjim, Umar Al-Hassan, Yusuf Mustafa, Vandapoe Alfred Oko, Vondi David Theophilus Dominic, William Intebe Ayo, Yeboah Frank, Yibo Isaac Awuku, Zidin Bid and Watazumo.
Honorable members, we will now have to take the next item. We have to recite the national pledge. So please, may we be on our feet. I promise on my honor Please be seated. Honorable members, we take item 6, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We'll start with the correction of votes and proceedings Friday, 24th October 2025, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8. Sorry? Oh, sorry, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First and foremost, I've seen members complaining about the numbering. It's as if some of the pages are missing, but actually it was due to. So from page 6, you go to page 9, but you find page 7 after page 10. So just to assess my colleagues that it's been wrong placement of it. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, page 6, I was in the House on Friday, but I've inadvertently been captured absent. So I want table office to take note. Thank you.
Well, your first point is not so with my copy. Maybe some copies have, maybe all of you.
Maybe the minority side.
Well, fortunately, I'm neither minority or majority. And I'm using the copy available to me. And that one hasn't got the omissions you're talking about. But I really noticed that you have been captured as absent. And so I will take that one and draw the attention of the table office to the matter he just raised, that he was really present, he wasn't absent. And so table office kindly take note of that. Please make sure they get the right copies of the votes and proceedings of Friday, 24th October 2024. All members should be given the right copies. Honorable members, we go back to page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10. Yes, please.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, page 9, item 8D, the very last line, a minor observation though. The Energy Ministry, its full and proper designation is Ministry of Energy and Green Transition. So if the minister could be so appropriately captured. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for drawing our attention. So we'll go to page 10. Page 10. Page 11. Yes, please.
Thank you, Speaker, once again. Item C, line 5. I think with your guidance, the second word, extol, the past should be double L. Thank you. That's the past tense of it.
table office kindly take note of that. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the vote on proceedings of the fourth sitting, dated Friday, 24th October 2024, as corrected, are adopted as a true record of proceedings. I don't have any copy of the official report. And so we'll move on to the next item on the order paper. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, when there's a major occurrence, and this Parliament is bestowed with honors, we expect a message from you through the normal formal communications by the Speaker. But when it got to item 5, Mr. Speaker, I noticed you skipped it and you did not tell us the great fortunes, the great happenings in Geneva, Switzerland, where the Right Honorable Speaker was unanimously elected as the chairperson of the 52-member African countries Africa Geopolitical Group of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. The Inter-Parliamentary Union is the oldest international parliamentary association. It is the only global parliamentary association. We have the Commonwealth, which is just the Commonwealth countries. We have the Francophonie, which is just the Francophone countries. Then we have the sub-regional and continental blocks. But one union has all the world's parliaments and legislatures being part of it, and that is the Inter-Parliamentary Union. And as far as the 1950s, a bloc was formed out of that, which is the Africa Geopolitical Bloc, which is made up of the 52 African parliaments. And last week, they unanimously elected our speaker as the chairperson of that bloc. And I want to convey a message of congratulations of this House to the Right Honorable Speaker. Your continued election to lead major continental associations of speakers is testimony to the fact that you have become a colossus when it comes to parliamentary diplomacy globally. You have come to represent what is good about parliamentary democracy. And not just that, you have led this parliament, and consistently for the past 4 years, we have been adjudged when it comes to national parliaments in Africa we have been adjudged as the best, most open parliaments. Mr. Speaker, we want to congratulate you. We take inspiration from the work that you have done. Wherever we go, and among parliaments, when Ghana is mentioned, we have so much respect as a parliament. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, due to the work that you have done, we know that even as far as Canada, they have requested for assistance from you to copy some of the innovations that you have introduced in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, we wish you long life. We wish you good health so that you can continue to offer this Parliament the needed guidance and help deepen parliamentary democracy and the independence of the Parliament of Ghana as a coordinate branch of government. Mr. Speaker, I thought this should be brought to the attention of this Parliament. And upon your election, you brought great fortune to the Parliament of Ghana, upon your election. Immediately he was elected, Ghana was given the seat of the Youth Parliament. So Ghana now has one of our members elected also to serve on the Youth Parliament of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Mr. Speaker, the seat was available, and the Honorable Comfort Doyo Gansa
Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker,
please,
upon the
members.
election of the Right Honorable Speaker, the post became available for the selection of a young member of Parliament. The Honorable Comfort Doyo gallantly fought. She fought and grabbed that position for Ghana. Afterwards, she relinquished it and transferred it on the instruction of the Right Honorable Speaker to Honorable Nasira. Honorable Nasira is in the chamber. She's here. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to thank you very much for the opportunity to also occupy the Youth Forum position, which has been offered to a female member of this House. Mr. Speaker, on those few words of commendation and congratulation, I want to crave your indulgence to also draw your attention to a matter that came up after you left. Mr. Speaker, after you left, the LGBTQ bill was advertised, and the following day, it was immediately taken out of the order paper. And I mentioned to this House that, truth be told, you had seen the adverts, but said there were a few issues that needed to be resolved before a decision can be taken as to what to do. Because I took a position that, so far as I recollect, in the last Parliament, we passed the LGBTQ bill, and my understanding was that it was transmitted to the presidency later we saw communication from the presidency threatening us to cease and desist, attempting to transmit the bill to the then president for his assent. I did not know whether or not the presidency was in receipt of the bill. So I took a position that this House had passed the bill, but we should wait till you return so that you can give us some direction as to how to treat this bill. I want to place on record that the government of President John Dramani Mahama and the government led by President John Dramani Mahama and the NDC are very, very ready to take this bill. We are ready to assent to it. We are ready to take it in this House. But, Mr. Speaker, in view of the thorny legal issues that are raised, we're waiting for you to come. We're waiting for you to come and give some direction so that we will know how to proceed, whether we should have the bill relayed and taken through all the various stages of consideration, or treat it as having been passed and transmitted. So, Mr. Speaker, we made that public. That is why I'm raising it. We made that public. It was discussed in this chamber that when you resume, we'll draw your attention so that you give us some direction as to how to proceed. Mr. Speaker, those two are the issues that I wanted to bring to your attention and to get some direction from you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the majority leader's attempt to hijack the glory we chopped together in Geneva, which he was not there, he breached and offended our rules. Mr. Speaker, the statement the majority leader made, if you go through our rules under Order 93.1, we were talking about correction and vote and proceedings before we proceed. If you want to make statements of urgent public importance, you have to come under Order 93.1, Majority Leader. You were supposed to be in Geneva. You didn't come. It was myself and the Speaker that fought for this position. You were not there. I was there. We fought for this position. We fought for this position. When we returned, we had indicated to the Speaker our readiness to make an official statement. But Mr. Speaker said many of our delegation are still in Geneva, so we should wait until everybody returns, and then we can be able to make that statement. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, it's a call in the right direction, and I also want to add my voice that it was not an easy contest because many other countries have shown interest in becoming the leader or the speaker of the African geopolitical group of the IPU. Kenya, Senegal was very thoughtful on that. Nigeria was very thoughtful on that. But upon reading the experience and the background of our speaker, those countries, they all withdrew. Having said that, our speaker was a member of parliament from 1993. He became a deputy speaker of this house. He became minority leader for 8 years. He became a majority leader for 5 years. He became a minister for health. He was once time a wise man, part of the wise men. He was part of a wise man. He was at a point. He was at a point. Mr. Speaker.
Sit down.
Mr. Speaker.
Sit down.
Mr. Speaker.
Sit down.
Mr. Speaker.
Still number 3.
At a point, you were part of the 3 wise men.
Yes.
And Mr. Speaker, the 3 wise men. And after that, you have been a member of the IPU since 2001. You were a deputy speaker. Mr. Speaker, after saying this to the IPU, Nigeria got up and said they had interest and they were ready for election on this. And because of the experience of our speaker and his dedication, having been a member of IPUs for close to 24 years, they are withdrawing. Senegal had made a serious case of IPUs, making reference to their president being around 40 something years, their prime minister around 42 years, and their representative was also a young man, but because of the experience our speaker had, they had to all withdraw. And Mr. Speaker, on behalf of our colleagues here in the minority, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader was not part of that success story. I was part, and my colleagues, we were part of that success story. So, Mr. Speaker, we fought for, and we were present to ensure that this thing happened. And even if you ask Honorable Doyo, when the position was made vacant, we said we should propose the speaker. And Mr. Speaker, and that was the point that I was very happy. I was happy at the point that we were no more partisan. We were no more partisan when we got to the turn of the youth parliamentarian. Honorable Doyo said, youth parliamentarian, it has to be Honorable Habib. But when they made the indication that it has to be a woman, as young as Doyo is, as Mr. Speaker, as young as Doyo is, Mr. Speaker, she is young as 63. Mr. Speaker, and for that matter, that position Doyo collected, and I'm happy that upon further deliberation, she thinks that she ceded to a much younger person who will be part of the IPU. It is a very good news because our first deputy speaker, Honorable Ahiafo, has also been an executive member of the IPU. Our speaker now is a speaker as part of the component of IPU, and we have somebody to with the young parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, so we congratulate you. We are happy. We know you are experienced, and we know that you will be able to make us proud as you continue to make us proud. Mr. Speaker, the second leg, where the majority leader spoke about the LBGT. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is a Harvard-trained lawyer, but sometimes he will leave his legal thinking home and will not actually want to, Mr. Speaker,
He doesn't do law when he's in it.
Mr. Speaker, the issue we raised on the floor, Mr. Speaker, the issue we raised on the floor is that the day we resume Parliament, the LBGTQ law.
It's LGBT. It doesn't matter.
It's LBGT.
It doesn't matter.
T.
It doesn't matter.
Transgender. The T is for transgender. LBGT, transgender. And Q. Mr. Speaker,
It doesn't matter.
I raised the issue. It was on the other paper. And the next day, Mr. Speaker, it was missing on the other paper. So I drew the majority leader attention. Mr. Speaker, the earlier statement I made about the majority leader, if that is why my colleague is on his feet, it was no offense. And if it offend him, I'll take it out. He know I respect him so much. When I said he's a Harvard-trained lawyer and other things, I'll never say anything. I'm just building my point. And Mr. Speaker, the argument the majority leader is advancing is very surprising, that he thinks that the bill is passed. And for that matter, why is the president not signing it? If it is passed, you are the leader of government business. You are the majority leader. 10 months now, why is the president not signing it? 10 months now, why is the president not signing it? Mr. Speaker, we all know that when the parliament, the 8th parliament is gone with whatever we have, even if you say we should leave it as such, and then the president might even make comments on it, and it will come here for section of it to be done. Even some sponsors of the bill in the 8th parliament are no more members of the 9th parliament. They are no more members of the 9th parliament. Majority leader, it cannot be the case that it was passed. It cannot be. The right thing is to reintroduce it. We go through the process. But if it is the case that the majority now like men kissing at Independence Square and you don't care about it, and men holding hands, then that we should not be the case. So, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader indicated to us that when you are back on Tuesday, you will be able to address the issue. We are happy that he himself raised the issue, and we'll be waiting for directive from you, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we raise this issue. So, majority leader, my earlier statement that I said, if you are offended, I duly apologize and withdraw that part of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, I was not in Geneva. And I was not in Geneva because Parliament was resuming on the 21st, which was Tuesday. And I took a decision that I wanted to prioritize the resumption, the opening of Parliament, and then join the team in Geneva. When Parliament resumed, that day I called Mr. Speaker. Before Parliament resumed, the weekend, the Assembly had already elected Mr. Speaker. So when I called Mr. Speaker and said I wanted to come immediately after we resumed, he said the election had taken place. And I said, well, if the election has taken place, I won't want to waste the money of Parliament by flying to Geneva. So I don't see how not being there when all of you were there. And I can assure you that when you say the election wasn't easy, that's not true. You were there. The election was so easy because of the candidate we put up. You were there. You were there, but you couldn't report exactly what happened there. I wasn't there. But I know that the Speaker did not even put himself up. He did not. He is there, he knows. The Speaker did not. I got a very detailed report from Mr. Speaker. And all those who were there. Senegal was interested. Nigeria was interested. Sierra Leone was interested. They were all over the place. But everybody was looking at Speaker to see if Speaker wanted it. Immediately, Speaker gave an indication that he wouldn't mind taking it. Everybody withdrew. Is that not a very easy election? So to say that the election wasn't easy when you were there is a total misrepresentation of what happened. So report accurately. The election was so easy because it was Mr. Speaker. And secondly, on the issue of LGBTQ, I remain convinced that the fastest way to enact the LGBTQ is if we assume that the bill has been passed by Parliament, in which case what is left is just the assent. That's the fastest way. If you recall, the bill spent close to 1 year in this chamber. The bill spent close to 1 year in this chamber. So if we bring it back and start all over again, I cannot tell how long the bill will be in this house. Okay? Now, I took a position that once the bill was transmitted to the presidency, then it was within the bosom of the presidency to decide what to do with it. But after sitting, I consulted the drafting office, and the drafting office reported to me that the bill was never transmitted to the presidency. That was the report I got. That because officials appointed by the NPP sitting at the presidency wrote a letter threatening this parliament not to bring the bill there. The party of Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, his party threatened Parliament not to bring the bill to the presidency. And today, you are sitting here and pretending and behaving as if you are so interested in having the bill enacted. when you had every opportunity in this country to have the bill enacted and assented to by the president, Nana Akufo-Addo, you refused to give the assent. There were demonstrations in this country, demonstrations upon demonstrations, just to get the assent. And you refused. Some of us went to court to try and compel him. You refused. To get a mandamus to compel him. You refused. Today, you are pretending to Ghanaians that you are so interested in the LGBTQ legislation. And we in the NDC, who did everything to get you to give the assent, you are creating an impression that we are no longer committed to the bill. I thought the fastest way is to treat the bill as having been passed. But if you want us to start all over again, I want to assure you that this side of our house is ready to start all over again. So, Mr. Speaker, like I indicated, we are in your hands. Give us directives, what you think. I am told that the bill was never transmitted to the presidency. So if the bill was not transmitted to the presidency to be assented to after it had been passed by this House, Mr. Speaker, it creates quite a legal issue. So I thought that we should wait for you to come and give us some direction on the matter, and then we can proceed. But let me give every assurance that we are ready to pass this bill as a House on this side. And let me also give you assurance that I have personally spoken with the President, and he has no hesitation to sign if this Parliament should pass the bill. Unlike his predecessor, who did everything to avoid giving assent to this bill, including threatening Parliament. I am surprised that a sitting president has threatened the legislature and nothing has been done about it. A secretary to the president writes a letter threatening the clerk that he should cease and desist every effort to present a bill duly passed by this House, and nothing has happened to him. This raises serious constitutional matters, and if the independence and autonomy and integrity of this Parliament is to be restored, action must be taken. He should be referred to Privileges Committee for writing to this House and threatening this House and stopping this House from exercising its constitutional responsibility. This is a matter that should go to Privileges Committee, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we should not countenance behavior like that, where this Parliament is stopped from performing its constitutional duties. But, Mr. Speaker, be that as it may, as I've indicated, we are in your hands, waiting for your direction. Tell us what you think, and we will do as you direct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, let me acknowledge the presence of some of our students from the Akwapim South constituency. We have students from Brekusu MA Junior High School. They are 65 in number, and they are led by the head teacher by name Richard Adam. You can see them to the left side of the speaker at the public gallery. On your behalf, I warmly welcome them to the House, and please urge them to take their time and listen to what is happening here. What we're doing here is to try to catch them young, build the parliamentary democratic culture in the country. They are at the other side. Honorable member, I hope and pray that you stop interrupting the speaker. Read your standing orders. you listen to the speaker in silence. It's clear there. We are almost 1 year old now, so please, you should have learned a lot. This time I will not temper justice with mercy. So you are warmly welcome, and please, you may resume your seat. Today I allowed this conversation to go on because we have our brothers and sisters here from the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. Some people call it Uganda. They are on a steady visit, and this steady visit is from Monday to Friday, the whole week. They will be with us here. And as usual, they are at the Distinguished Visitors Gallery. They are being led, in fact, there are 13-member delegation being led by the leader of the opposition, Honorable Joel Esen Yoni. Sorry if I didn't get the pronunciation well. Is it right? Somehow. Yes, I was in your position 2001 as leader of the opposition. And so it's good that you are here with your members. He is accompanied by 5 other honorable members of the opposition and 7 officers of the Parliament of Uganda. This is a benchmarking visit. And so I allowed this exchange to go on as part of the benchmarking. I've been to their parliament many times, and their current speaker is a beautiful lady, Right Honorable Triple A. Triple A, Annette Amon. I think in her constituency she is unopposed. They are having elections now, and she is unopposed in her constituency. But the politics in Uganda, even though we are all together in the Commonwealth, has a different type of intensity than ours. And so it's good to have this benchmarking. We have sent our members there, including our staff, from time to time. And I'm sure you know each other. And so please get some time, share your ideas and experiences with them, and learn from them. They have a well-composed, well-structured opposition in that parliament, in spite of the paucity of the strength. But they may also call themselves mighty minority. Please share these practical tools and some of the approaches that we are adopting here. You mentioned them in your speeches on some of the things that we've done and how we have succeeded, even in Ghana, to complete a tenure of a hung parliament, which is not common at all in the world. Wherever you have a hung parliament, they fail to complete it. Even in Ghana, when we had one, it didn't end its tenure. That was what we had in the 1979 to 81 parliament. It was also a hung parliament. Now, the leader of the opposition is accompanied by As I told you, 5 other members. One is Honorable Helen Nakimu. Yes, that's one of the young ladies here. I'll be talking about the youthfulness of Honorable Comfordoyo soon. And then Honorable Flavia Kalule. We also have Honorable Kawalia Abubakar and Honorable Luimbazi Lalukola. The 5th person is Honorable Mpalani John Paul. Now, the staff, we have the director, Ms. Ruth Ikirapa Biona, and Mr. Al Mivule, who is a public affairs officer. We also have the principal policy analyst, Mr. Sozi Leonard, and the principal admin assistant, Ms. Timu Gibwa Irene. We have an administrative assistant in the person of Ms. Laluyima Phoebe, and a policy analyst, Mr. Luciba Ale Luukwa. The last but not the least is an assistant secretary, Mr. Patrick Okelo. Honorable members, on your behalf, I want to welcome them to the Parliament of Ghana. This is the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. So we've been along this since January 1993. You are most welcome. I wish you fruitful deliberations. And please take time off to also experience life outside the presence of Parliament. Honorable members, Honorable members, as I stated earlier on, they are to be with us for 1 week. We started yesterday. So I'm reliably informed that they were here yesterday and they were in the bosom of the minority leader, Osahin, for the whole of yesterday. Well, that is the proper thing to do. They are from the opposition. And so the best ally is the leader of the opposition. I've gone through it before, so I know. And so I want to hear from him what he has to say about his first impression and what he has shared with them. I'll give you 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. Yes, it is true. Our friends from Uganda were my guests in Winneba yesterday. We spent a good time to share views on democracy. And we discussed you a lot. And Mr. Speaker, I told them that I've spent a whole lot of time with the Hansa of your era. And I draw a lot of inspiration from that period of turbulence in your party. And you steered affairs of the party in this very chamber, facing the mighty men and women from the right Honorable Alajete. Mr. Speaker, they were concerned about the 40 years of one-party state where it appears they cannot have a change in government. I told them, well, Ghana started quite rough, and we endured 11 years of dictatorship, military regime, and then even the first 8 years, where we didn't have transparent ballot box, we were using thumbprint ID cards, and through the industry of the opposition, the minority, we managed to transform our system, and today we have it. And we all understand as political actors that if you do it well, you will have the benefit of government. So in Ghana today, we don't need to fight. We need to rely on the rules to show relevance. It doesn't matter the huge numbers, I told them. So, Mr. Speaker, they say they have elections come January 2026. I've wished them well and told the young barrister who is leading the minority, he is 38 years. And I've told him that they need to work hard and use all the tools available. I've shared some important data with them and how we have held our own. And Mr. Speaker, I told them it's about the collective spirit and not the competition amongst themselves. The competition would only divide them, I told them, and how difficult it is to be a minority leader than to be a majority leader. Mr. Speaker, you and I know, the Honorable Ayerga is not part of our club of minority leaders. We know what it is. He's enjoying majority leader. Majority is easy. It's easy to be a majority leader, but to lead the minority, especially when you are few, is difficult. But Mr. Speaker, without more, I would want to say a big thank you to you for the platform you gave to the group from Uganda. We've shared ideas. All we need is our democracy. We are here in Ghana. We don't seem to value what we have. But if you look at the continent, we've really advanced in our efforts. What I think we should do is to strengthen the institutions and make the institutions formidable. I'm sure if we do that, Ghana will be far better a place for others to come and learn from. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, it's a proper thing to do to listen to the minority leader. As I've been saying, democracy is about opposition. That's what democracy is about. And it's good that you are here from Uganda as brothers and sisters, because the current president of Uganda actually studied in Ghana. And he was at Winneba. The current minority leader in Ghana is representing the good people of Winneba, Efutu. And that time, as a young man, he studied at the Nkrumah Ideological Institute at Winneba, and he became a member of the Convention People's Party, CPP, before he left Ghana. So it's reasoned through that and he has a lot of organizational ability. He has written a lot of books, and I have had the honor of interacting with him a number of times. And anytime I'm in Uganda, I try to meet both sides and have discussion. So you are most welcome. It's an unending journey, and sometimes very rough, but that is part of the game. Even those we see as mature democracies still also have rough times, as you can see what is happening in the United States of America. So please don't hold back anything. Share what you have with them. We are not in an island, we are in a continent. And what happens in Ghana affects Uganda, and what happens in Uganda affects Ghana. And so we are working together. But let it be known that the Honorable Majority Leader has been a pillar since 2005 when he entered this parliament. He was one of my chairmen when I was a minority leader. No, he was a ranking member to the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. And I had known him since he was a student at the Ghana Law School. So he has a lot of experience in parliamentary practice. You want to add more? Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, my friends from Uganda are in the opposition. They want to come to power. So when they come to Ghana, take them to those who have successfully fought for power. You should refer them to those who have successfully fought and attained power, so that we can teach them how to do it.
Not those who left power.
Not those who have lost power. For a man who has lost power, what is he going to teach him? Mr. Speaker, we will teach them how to win power. You're welcome.
I was invited as a resource person to Nigeria when the then ruling party lost power. And they wanted to learn from me how to live in opposition. That was the question they put to me, how to live in opposition. And I reminded them that in 2003, when I attended a conference there and introduced myself as the opposition leader, after the conference, a number of them came to me and said, "So you are a member of Rawlings Party?" I said, "Yes." They said, "So you people stood there and the opposition took power away from you." I said, "We did all we could. But you know, one thing that is permanent in life is change." I said, "What? So you sat there and they took it from you? It will never happen in Nigeria." I said, "We didn't sit, we were standing." But we lost. And so when they lost the power and invited me to come and share how to live in opposition, I shared with them. In fact, I used to move with the Speaker and the Majority Leader. We're moving as a team representing Ghana. And they asked me whether I was really opposing them. And I told them yes. They said, "How can you be in bed with them and you say you are opposing them?" So when we won the election in 2008, I was there. They said, "So you were really opposing them?" To be able to oppose somebody very well, you must know the person. And so, MPP, I know you very well. I studied you from the time you were in your mother's womb up to date. So it's good that they started from the minority, but they will definitely get in touch with you so that they can learn from you too how you manage to transit from opposition and now you are in government and a very huge majority in the House, very, very huge. And so, as one presidential candidate used to say, it is possible. Honorable members, I want to thank the House for appreciating the achievement of the delegation at the Interparliamentary Union. Really, our parliament is highly respected. It's not just the individual, but the Parliament of Ghana. We have made a lot of headlines. We've achieved a lot, and we continue to work together to achieve more. And so the delegation was made out of both sides of the House. We worked together and got the positions that they mentioned. Honorable Comfort Doyo is actually a young MP because when I met her, she was a woman organizer. And I encouraged her to contest to come to Parliament. I was able to inspire her. She contested, and since she entered Parliament, nobody has been able to beat her at her constituency. So to me, she's really a young MP, even though she is now a fourth-timer, going to 16 years. So what she did was to present herself. A number of them looking at her doubted her age. And so they shouted, "You are the young MP." And she said, "Yes, I'm the young MP," but she managed to hold on to the position. And then we had to cross-check because the rules say that the MP should be less than 40 years in age, not parliamentary experience, age. And so that disqualified a lot of our women because a lot more of them are above 40 years. But we had a few that are 40 years. And I use the usual fairness in deciding, which was accepted by the delegation, that we should give it to the young lady because the others are in other groups. They are in other delegations. That is how come I zoned on the lady from Sechere Afram Plains, Mrs. Afra Nasira Jeke. Or is it Jechi? Was it Jechi? Yeah, Jechi. Yes. So she is the one going to represent the Young Parliamentarians Forum. And please, the young parliamentarians had opted for another person. But I drew their attention to the fact that that person is already in another parliamentary delegation. And so it's fair to share, not to have one person having 2, 3 delegations, whilst others have none. So that is the fairness I applied. Sometimes some people are not happy about it. But so far as I'm alive here, that is what will continue. Honorable members, with regard to the bill, as you know, the 8th Parliament is history. So are all the businesses that were pending in the 8th Parliament. They all ended with the 8th Parliament. And so we have a new Parliament, the 9th Parliament. And therefore, what was pending there came to an end and had to be reintroduced. And so it was reintroduced. In spite of the challenges I had with the former president, it was actually transmitted to the former president. They wrote to tell us that they will not assent to it. The only constitutional error they committed was they didn't give us the reasons why they would not assent to it. And they did not also transmit the bill back to us. They imprisoned it there. And so we didn't get the bill back. So the 9th Parliament, on resumption, took back the bill, and as you recall, that's a private member's bill. And so members of this House took it up. They've gone through the whole process as detailed out in our standing orders. But as it went through the process, the new government indicated that they wanted to take it as a public bill. I personally disagreed. I made it known to His Excellency the President that this is an initiative of our people, the traditional leaders, the religious leaders, civil society leaders. Ghanaians wanted this bill passed through private members' bill. And so be it. We'll process it as private members' bill. Now, the processes had finished, and as you know, it has to come back to the Speaker. You know, our rules have given what the Speaker is expected to do, which I will do before it can be laid in the House. That was not done. And so when it was put on the order paper, I queried it because you haven't heard from me, according to the standing order. So that will be done before it's laid before the House. But because a lot of work has already been done, we think that it's going to have smooth process in the House because both sides of the House now support it, and His Excellency the President has given indication that he's ready and willing at any time that is passed by the House to assent to it. Honorable members, this language was proposed by me as the chairman of the Constitutional and Legal Committee. Initially, our laws were not passed that way. But the 1992 Constitution is clear in its rendition. We had to debate this as to how to couch the intro, or what we call the preamble of the bills. The preamble of the bills, which legally is termed the enacting formula of bills. There was a debate chaired by the then Speaker, D.F. Anang, and I had to propose this, and everybody was convinced, and it's been adopted since then. And that's why you have it. We will say passed by the Parliament of Ghana and assented to by the President. That was not the enacting formula. And I think it has worked for us. So please, hold your peace. It will come sooner than later. Civil society is getting restless again, but I want to assure them that they know my passion in this matter. And I want to get it properly passed so that implementation becomes easier. There are a few things that our attention has been drawn to, which we'll work on together here, so that when we pass the bill, it's a bill that is accepted by all, and we will definitely obey the prescriptions of the bill. So please, I thank you all for your contributions, but I didn't want to be the one talking about my being elected as the chairperson of the 52 Africa Geopolitical Group in the IPU. Please, brothers and sisters from Uganda, your speaker too is my vice in the Conference of Speakers and Presidents of African Legislatures. I'm sure she would have told you that. So learn from both sides, don't learn from only one side. But you could shift to minority, you could also shift to majority, opposition, or government. Nothing is impossible. What God cannot do does not exist. So we proceed from here. Yes?
Speaker, with respect, the Speaker, thank you for always bringing to light important matters. But Mr. Speaker, just by way of clarity, you indicated that there are some problems that have been identified with the bill that was passed by the 8th Parliament. In other words, the attention of Mr. Speaker has been drawn to some few things. Mr. Speaker, we will be happy that at the appropriate time, some of these issues are shared with us. Mr. Speaker, because for us, this is a very important matter, and I'm happy that you have brought it to a peaceful rest, considering the unyielding posture our friends opposite me took on this matter, even where we were proposing some amendment for safe landing and we had had discussions. They never supported it. And in a hot afternoon, they decided to hang us with that bill, and they were partisanly political with it. So if today, as Mr. Speaker has put it, they themselves have realized that the bill they passed was problematic, and they would want to, yes, that their attention, if today they have seen that the attention has been drawn to some excesses in the bill, however too late in the day, it is good that they themselves have come to that realization. But Mr. Speaker, we wait patiently for that day. But Mr. Speaker, our friends must know that sometimes when they place a rat poison on another man's tank, it will not take too long for they themselves to taste that rat poison. We are patiently waiting for this LGBT bill. We are patiently waiting for the corrected version.
Because that one was bad one. The previous one was a bad one.
Mr. Speaker, I speak no more.
Honorable Minority Leader, don't read different meaning into what I said. Just wait. You know, Mr. Speaker is very open. So whatever it is, I'll let you know. But there's no corrected version or this and that. No. It may be an improvement, but that doesn't mean a corrected version. I think enough is enough.
Mr. Speaker, I would have preferred their old version.
Resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker, their old version.
Resume your seat. Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to point out a few inaccuracies in the presentation that was made by the Honorable Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, you have always led, and it has already been celebrated by the Majority Leader and other colleagues on the floor, with maturity. And, Mr. Speaker, your views and your guidance has never been construed or misconstrued to be the views of any group in this House. So I am therefore surprised that, Mr. Speaker, as you guide on this matter, the Honorable Minority Leader is making it seem as if you are speaking the position of the majority in the House, and you are speaking the position of those who sponsored the earlier bill. Mr. Speaker, I was part of those who sponsored that bill. And Mr. Speaker, as far as we are concerned, we passed that bill in the state that we did, at the time that we did, guided by good conscience. And we were hopeful that the then president would have signed it. Mr. Speaker, I will not go over the issues that happened then. But if it has become necessary for this House to reconsider it, I take solace in the assurance of the Majority Leader that we stand in readiness to support the process of enacting a law that will make the practice intolerable and unacceptable in this House. And we are not shaking from that responsibility. We are not moving from that position that we took earlier. If they have changed their position, I would have wished that they would do so with their former president. But even if they are unable to, we welcome them on board, because this is a cause for Ghana. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I'm happy that our brothers from Uganda are here, because they are ahead of us already on this matter. And so they will share with you their experiences too. They have already passed an act on it. They are implementing it. They've hosted twice 2 conferences on this subject matter. And they are calling on other countries, particularly Ghana, to host the next conference. And so they will share their experiences with you and maybe convince you to host it for other African countries to emulate the good examples that we are setting. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to respectfully observe that I listened to you very carefully when you were giving the guidance. Mr. Speaker, because the matter that was dealt with in this House in your absence, which the Majority Leader invited you to clarify, was a matter of great concern to me. Mr. Speaker, and I was very eager to pick your direction and guidance on the matter. Mr. Speaker, you resolved 2 matters, as I understood it. The first one, Mr. Speaker, you resolved the matter of whether or not the bill is pending, which therefore can be assented to by the President. And Mr. Speaker, you guided, you gave the direction that the 8th Parliament dissolve with all its uncompleted acts. And therefore, the bill which was passed in this House died with the 8th Parliament, no longer exists. Mr. Speaker, quite clearly, that position is in consonance with the position taken by the Minority Leader and this side of the House. And with the greatest respect to the Majority Leader, I'm sure the Majority Leader himself will concede that the position he articulated or submitted in respect of that particular matter is at variance with the guidance the Speaker rightly gave. Then the second one, Mr. Speaker, which is what the Honorable Suini spoke to. Mr. Speaker, you said there have been certain proposals to make the bill better, and which is what the Minority Leader pointed out, that if you have realized that the bill that was passed by the 8th Parliament was not fit for purpose, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, you have found it necessary. Mr. Speaker did not give specifics as to what are the specific proposals or variations to make the bill better. But the point the Minority Leader made is that there seems to be a certain concession
that the bill that was passed by the 8th Parliament was not fit for purpose, and therefore it has been revised for this 9th Parliament to consider it. Mr. Speaker, it will be very interesting for us to find out what are the specific areas which have been revised. Because, for example, Mr. Speaker, one of the contentious issues which came up in respect of that particular bill was the issue of human rights. Let me conclude.
Honourable Member, we are not debating the bill. Now you are going into contents. You are now not talking, referring to what I said or what he said, but you are not going into contents. But we are not discussing or debating any provision of the bill. And you still don't know what I meant by the statements. So please, I assure you that when we get there, being an open speaker, I will let you know what it is.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. But let me just conclude, Speaker, by saying that let them bring the bill as it was and as was passed by the 8th Parliament in the same form and shape. Don't change it. Mr. Speaker, don't water it down. What the Ghanaian people want is to have a law which promotes good sexual conduct in Ghana and which prevents LGBTQ. Don't go and change the 8th Parliament bill. Don't go and water it down. Don't go and revise it and bring it to the 9th Parliament and have the President assent to it, assent to a bill which is not fit for purpose. We want the 8th Parliament bill for the 9th Parliament to consider. Verbatim, don't change it. That's the point. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please. Honourable member, what we are talking about is not a bill coming from the majority side. What we are talking about is a private member's bill co-sponsored by both sides of the House. Even in the 8th Parliament, it was co-sponsored by both sides of the House. It was not from one side. It is still the same co-sponsorship of both sides of the House. You have not seen the contents, and that's why I said you hold your peace. When we get there, you get to know what I referred to. Please, but I know that this is the highest political or partisan platform of any democratic country. And so you can keep on chipping at it with your political game. But the truth will remain the truth. Nothing can happen to it. So please wait until I inform you about the situation. Then we can take it on and debate. Majority Leader, may we move on to urgent questions?
Mr. Speaker, I do agree, but I was hoping that the same minister could lay his papers before answering the questions. So if you indulge me, Mr. Speaker, if we could vary the order of business to take item 10 and then we now take the questions. The paper is to be laid by the same minister, so he will just bow to the laying and then start answering the questions.
Yes, minority bench.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any difficulty in that.
Well, honourable members, in accordance with our standing orders, vary the order of business for today and move straight to item 10 at the commencement of public business, presentation of papers. Minister for Health.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Pharmacy Council for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Nursing and Midwifery Training College, Koforidua, for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the two papers, item 10, Roman 1 and Roman 2, are accordingly referred to the Committee on Health for consideration and report to the House. Honourable members, let's now go back to Item 7, urgent questions. We have 2 urgent questions. Standing in the name of the Member of Parliament for Afija, Sechere East and Lambuse. So we start with the one standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Afija, Sechere East. 7A. Honourable Member for Afija, Sechere East. Honourable members.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here. Minority side.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Health the challenges in accessing hepatitis B immunoglobulin for newborn babies.
Sorry, Minister, you have to accordingly change your sitting place and take the proper chair. Yes, please repeat the question.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Health the challenges in accessing hepatitis B immunoglobulin for newborn babies.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity. Hepatitis B immunoglobulin is a critical life-saving intervention administered to newborns within the first 12 hours of birth to prevent mother-to-child transmission of the hepatitis B virus in cases where the mother is known to be hepatitis B positive and has a high risk of passing the infection to the infant. The immunoglobulin provides immediate passive immunity, while the newborn also receives the hepatitis B vaccine series, including the birth dose. Combining HBIG with a birth dose of hepatitis B vaccine gives the best protection for high-risk infants. Despite its importance, there are significant gaps in access to HBIG for newborns, as outlined below. 1. Non-inclusion in the National Health Insurance Authority reimbursement list. HBIG is currently not listed among the reimbursable medicines under the National Health Insurance Scheme, limiting its accessibility at the point of care. Limited availability. The product is typically sourced from the open market, while a few regional hospitals maintain limited stocks. Most district-level facilities do not stock HBIG at all. Scarcity of vendors. On the open market, only a limited number of vendors supply HBIG, further constraining availability. Information from the Food and Drugs Authority suggests that there are only 2 products currently under registration. High cost and payment terms. HBIG is relatively expensive and is sold strictly on a cash and carry basis, exacerbating access challenges for low-income families. 5. Public health programs, i.e. the routine immunization package. On a positive note, Mr. Speaker, the expanded program on immunization introduced hepatitis B vaccine as a component of the 5-in-1 or pentavalent vaccine in 2002 and is expected to introduce birth dose of the hepatitis B vaccine in due course. With a routine hepatitis B vaccination schedule continuing from 6, 10, and 14 weeks of age. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary questions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I asked this question because on my routine visit to my constituency, I had a conversation with one of the medical doctors in my constituency, and he informed me that majority of the mothers who happen to have hepatitis B go home without giving their kids this vaccination because they cannot afford it. And the frightening aspect about this is that he mentions that the lifespan for such a child is 25 years. I wanted to find out from the minister if that is the case, and what is the ministry doing about it? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated in my response, I agree that it's very expensive in the market, but I can assure you that government is going to include it in the routine or the traditional immunization very soon. Very, very soon. Maybe first quarter of next year.
Yes, any more?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, I think you do not, I don't know if you understand how this is administered. It's supposed to be given within the first 24 hours of birth. But when you say routine, so then that means the child will be a carrier. So when you say routine, that is a few months after that. But within 24 hours, if the child is not given the vaccine, the child will carry that disease for the rest of their lives.
Yes, clarification, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what is not part of the routine immunization is not part as we stand now. It is not. And what I'm promising you is that we are rolling that aspect on to the routine immunization. And so when we start, from that point, it's going to be part of the routine immunization. I hope you are clear now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think...
Please, let her finish her last question. Yes, please.
So then I think, Honorable Minister, you're still not getting me, but that is fine. I wanted to, my last question, when do you plan on rolling that out? Thank you.
I thought he answered that. He did. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister's answer to the question raised by the honorable member suggests that the cost of this immunization for hepatitis B is expensive, and that due to the cost requirement, most parents are not able to offer that. He again states in his response that government intends to include it in the routine immunization. And he goes further to give us timeline, that first quarter of next year. Mr. Speaker, the question I want to find out from the minister, what has been the analysis of the cost and how will it impact on the health insurance, considering the fact that we are still facing problems with the funding for health insurance, Mr. Speaker? Thank you very much.
Honorable members, let me just read a communication from His Excellency the President, dated 24th October 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, I write to formally notify you of my intention to travel outside the country for an official working visit to Bamako, Mali, on Monday, 27th October 2025, and return same day. That was yesterday. Additionally, I will leave the country on Tuesday, 28th October 2025 for Paris, France, to participate in the 8th edition of the Paris Peace Forum, scheduled to take place from 29th to 30th October 2025. Following this engagement, I will depart Paris on 31st October 2025 for Cairo, Egypt, to attend the opening ceremony of the Grand Egyptian Museum on 1st November 2025. I plan to return to Ghana on 1st November 2025. In my absence, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, shall perform my duties in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution. Signed, John Dramani Mahama. Honorable members, the second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Yes, Minister, I'm sure you heard the member loud and clear.
Mr. Speaker, since the honorable member is veering into figures, I do not have the figures available at the moment, and he may fire the appropriate, question, and I'll come back with the figures. I don't have the figures available now.
Actually, he didn't say the cost. He said what goes into the cost. So we're looking for the ingredients, the various things that go into the cost. But if it's just how much does it cost, that is specific, then you can give that. But if you say what goes into it, it means you have to analyze and see the elements that come together to make the drug cost that much. I hope I got you clear.
Mr. Speaker, my question was in two phases. The first part of it was... No. The first part of the question...
Allow.
The first part of the question was very clear as to the cost. And the second part was to the analysis of the cost in respect of the health insurance. So that is the second part. So if the minister is telling that he doesn't have the figures and he will provide this house with the figures, it's a very valid answer. But if you say that question will have to come by way of substantive question, I beg to disagree. Because it is directly flowing from the answer he gave to the honorable member, Honorable Mavis. So, Mr. Speaker, is it the response?
Be standing. This will be standing.
Yes. Honorable Minister.
This way you can also stand up.
Are you saying you should be given time to come back or what?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I will make the cost available to the House.
Well. Let me go to Bimbila. No. Honorable Yindam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, looking at the birth rates in this country and looking at the cost involved, which you admitted, what step is the ministry taking in between now and the first quarter to assist pregnant women who are unfortunately carriers?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, immunization is a structured program under the ministry. And so we have a program for it. It was not part, and as I speak tonight, it is even not part of our immunization program, but as part of the free primary health care we intend to roll out, we are bringing that on board. So for now, we don't have any ad hoc measure to deal with it. We are taking our time and we want to put it as part of the traditional immunization. So for now, we don't have any program for it for now. We are waiting for the substantive program we have planned.
Well. Yes, Honorable Isaac Boama.
I'll give you just a very short and simple one. Mr. Speaker, I think the question as asked the minister is key because of the consequences of lack of immunization in that regard. And given the response of the minister to the effect that the consideration for national attention would be done by the end of the first quarter 2026, I want to ask the Honorable Minister, if you look at the data, if you have data now on where it is endemic, I think there should be a structured approach to see how best you would resolve or make special finance. You've come to this house with special budget to deal with emergency situations. So I want the Honorable Minister to tell this house what special arrangements he has put in place from his budget. If really he has received releases from the Minister of Finance, and then make provision for the endemic places to be treated as a state of emergency. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the ministry has a program for bringing on board the hepatitis B bird dose. And so I will indulge honorable members to be patient and we will enroll it. We didn't come to meet it at all, please, with the greatest of respect.
Thank you very much. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, according to the minister, government will soon introduce immunization to save lives. But what I find curious is the fact that though hepatitis B affects a chunk of our population, in fact, Mr. Speaker, record from Ghana Health Service gives a data which is in excess of 1 million being infected, yes. And I've had, yes. I made a statement on this on the House floor. They estimate almost 10% of our population infected by hepatitis B. What is quite curious is the fact that the HIV AIDS, we have this antiretroviral, and that is for free. May I know from the minister, in view of the effort being made for the immunization to be free very soon, are there plans by the ministry to also add hepatitis B treatment to the category of HIV AIDS? Because, Mr. Speaker, they all depend on the antiretroviral for treatment. And one effect of this hepatitis B is that it leads to liver cancer. And the deterioration is faster than the most feared HIV/AIDS. All over, people are suffering. And it's not only through sex that people get infected. Even sweat alone, the food. Yes, food, drink is there. Body contact alone can cause the infection. So, Mr. Speaker, can the minister make that disclosure if there is any such plan?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my information is that it is very, very difficult to treat or to cure, if not impossible. But then when you get the symptoms, the National Health Insurance, as we have it at the moment, covers that. And it could be managed. It could be maybe. That is why I'm saying that it is not curable. Its treatment is very difficult as we stand now. And so, Mr. Speaker, having it as symptoms could be considered under the National Health Insurance as we have it at the moment. Yes, so when you have, every disease and its symptoms, you understand. And so, for example, if you go to the hospital and you have headache, and they try to manage the situation. And those situations are under the National Health Insurance as we have it at the moment. But to say we are treating or curing the hepatitis B on the National Health Insurance, that maybe I will have to recheck.
Speaker, with respect, I need to lay a good foundation for my respected colleague, the minister, to understand the situation. Mr. Speaker, when you get HIV and it is so tested and viral load is determined, the health authorities put you on antiretroviral drugs. It is free.
Honorable Leader, please address me.
It is free. Hepatitis B, and I want colleagues to pay attention to this matter because a lot of our constituents are being affected, and we need to push for government to take a position on this. The treatment and the management of hepatitis B is also done through the same antiretroviral drugs, but that one is not free. The same treatment, the same drugs that are used to manage HIV are the same drugs that are used to manage hepatitis B. And I'm saying that the data available at Ghana Health Service point to the fact that we have more Ghanaians being infected by hepatitis B than HIV. So there is a public health situation here. Unfortunately, the treatment of hepatitis B is not covered, as well as the vaccination. But the minister has assured us of the immunization bit. That one he has assured us that very soon. What I want to know from my respected colleague is that are there plans to put infected people also on the antiretroviral drugs for free? Because by the time the symptoms show, the person would have gotten to the advanced stage. Mr. Speaker, I have done an exercise in Winneba because when the data came out, it was so alarming. And a lot of those who were infected were saved by Safo Kantanka's drugs. He has some immune boosters, some liver boosters. And those who were on it, sometimes you go and test and the viral load would have come to a very lowest level. Sometimes you cannot see it. It actually finds a way of getting out of your system, according to the data and the reports from the health professionals. But, Mr. Speaker, because we do not have free treatment, people get it, they go test positive, and you know, liver infection, within 6 months, 8 months, a year, they lose it and they die. So, if the minister can assure us that government will take steps to make the treatment of this free, the better it will be for our population, especially when the mode of transmission is quite high. The way people get infected and all. It's not just one way. So it's a very important matter that our colleague Mavis has brought to the floor.
Thank you, Leader. So,
I didn't go to greet them. Mr. Speaker, my information from the experts indicate that the sets of treatment to handle HIV is completely different from that which is used to handle hepatitis B. And therefore, the two cannot be the same, with the greatest of respect. And so, Mr. Speaker, if it is the humble opinion of the leader that we should rethink, we should relook at that which will handle hepatitis B, that's a different argument altogether. Maybe that one, we may decide to reflect on it. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this period is not for debate, but once the minister put out some facts, it is important that a question is put for clarity. According to our respected colleague, the minister, he says that according to some experts, the treatment or the management of hepatitis B does not use, I use the word antiretroviral.
Honourable members. Honorable members, we don't need to split our hairs in this. He is on the floor. If you have a question, you can pose. Don't worry. Let's allow him. Yes, leader, please. Let's.
Mr. Speaker, is the minister in his answer telling this House that the treatment of hepatitis B
Leader, please address me. Don't just address the chair.
Is the minister saying that the treatment of hepatitis B does not rely on antiviral medication? Is that what he's saying? Mr. Speaker, that's my question. Mr. Speaker, I said, Mr. Speaker, with respect, I said, please, Mr. Speaker, this is a serious public health issue. That's some of the mistakes we make as political leaders. People in our constituents are dying. The percentage, the infection rate, according to Ghana Health Service, is about 10% of the population. That is an alarming figure. So if we are talking about 30 million, over 3 million of our populace are infected by hepatitis B, far higher than HIV. So let's not be partisan about this. What I'm saying is that in HIV, they rely on antiretroviral for treatment, and it's for free. So today, unlike some 20 years ago where people get HIV and they die, today, because of the management, the antiretroviral, people are able to take it religiously, manage their viral load, and they live a healthy lifestyle. I am saying that in the case of hepatitis B, which kills faster and leads to liver cancer, and the time you realize it, your liver would have been gone. Vaccination is not for free. For adults, treatment is not for free. Meanwhile, it affects the population in higher numbers than the HIV that we fear. People are surviving more on HIV than hepatitis B, and they are dying quietly. All I want to know from you, Honorable Minister, is that would you take steps to put hepatitis B treatment on the National Health Insurance Program and make it free as well?
Well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that will be considered. Thank you.
Well. Thank you. We turn to question 7B. Question 7B. And the question stands in the name of Professor Titus Kofi Bayo, member for Lambusi. Honourable member, I have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister responsible for health practical steps taken by the ministry to ensure decentralization of interventional radiological services in the country in order to curb preventable deaths from diseases like stroke, heart attacks, and other acute medical conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for this important question, which highlights a critical component of our national strategy to reduce preventable death from cardiovascular and other acute medical conditions. Mr. Speaker, interventional radiology is a specialized branch of medicine that uses minimally invasive, image-guided techniques to diagnose and treat various medical conditions, including blocked blood vessels, internal bleeding, and organ disorders. It plays a vital role in the rapid management of emergencies such as stroke, heart attack, and other life-threatening conditions. Mr. Speaker, the situation inherited by the government was that only 2 public facilities were providing some level of interventional radiology and cardiac catheterization services. In addition to few centers operating within the private sector, this limited distribution of services constrain equitable access and contribute to delays in the management of cardiovascular and emergency cases. To address this gap, the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the Ghana Health Service and other implementing agencies, the National Ambulance Service, and other development partners, has adopted a comprehensive plan to expand interventional and emergency services nationwide. First, in the area of capacity building, the ministry has partnered with the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons to establish a fellowship program, Interventional Radiology. Funding and scholarships have been secured to support training with attention to equitable regional representation. Continuous professional development programs have also been revised to include interventional techniques for radiologists, cardiologists, and emergency physicians. Additionally, telemedicine platforms are being deployed to provide mentorship and technical support to regional hospitals. Second, regarding infrastructure, the ministry has prioritized the expansion of interventional and cardiac care facilities. 6 regional hospitals are being upgraded over the next 2 years to include CT-guided intervention suites and portable ultrasound system for emergency vascular procedures. The Speaker, most notably, we have set in motion processes for the establishment of 3 new catheterization laboratories, known as cath labs, in selected tertiary hospitals to support interventional radiology, cardiac procedures. This represents a major advancement in the equitable distribution of advanced cardiovascular care. Our targets include increasing the number of certified interventional radiologists from 4 to 20, establishing functional IR services in at least 6 additional regions, and reducing the median door-to-procedure time for acute stroke and coronary syndromes to under 90 minutes. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sustainability is being ensured through the integration of IRA-related maintenance and consumable costs into the National Health Insurance Scheme, and by progressively expanding local training programs to develop a fully Ghanaian faculty by 2028. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health remains firmly committed to decentralizing interventional radiology and cardiac intervention services as a key element of our national health strategy. Through targeted interventions in training, infrastructure, including the establishment, we are ensuring that life-saving, minimally invasive procedures become accessible to all Ghanaians, regardless of their region or residence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Professor Bayoni, supplementary question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I asked this question because not too long ago, we lost a colleague, medical doctor, who needed catheterization in the Ashanti region and had to be flown to Accra. So my next question
Honorable
is...
Member, when you say catheterization, what do you mean?
That's what the minister talked about. It's an interventional radiological procedure that they can, through a wire, guide into the vessel to remove a clot. So he had a clot in the blood vessel, and it was blocking supply of blood to critical part of his heart.
Okay.
And as we speak, this service is not available in any part of the country outside of Accra. And so even from Konfanochi, the person could not make it to Accra and passed away. So there are people from my constituency in Lambuse, people in the Upper West region, the northern regions, who want to hear from the minister. How soon can these catheterization labs be made ready in other parts of the country? But while at it, I commend the ministry for a comprehensive package to decentralize these services so that Ghanaians everywhere stand a chance of surviving if they have an acute event. But I want to know how soon can these labs be established. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister, how soon?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, government is at the concluding stage of the procurement processes. And therefore, I can assure you that very soon, 3 of the catheterization or cath labs will be established across various locations in the country. The difficulty, Mr. Speaker, is that it is my information that these equipment are not manufactured and put in the showroom for sale. It is based on order, and that's the difficulty. So we are at the concluding stage of the procurement process, and I can assure you very, very soon it will be ready.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabilu.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not a medical doctor. And Mr. Speaker, I provide this disclaimer because I'm following from the response the minister gave. Based on the background of this issue and the urgency of that particular matter and the seriousness of that matter, I'm sure the minister will not be content in himself to say that very soon, without definitivity, without certainty, without as to very clear timelines. Even procurement has timelines. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the people of Lambuse will not be happy with the minister's response that very soon. And the question was, how soon? And the response was that very soon, Mr. Speaker. I mean, that should not stand as an answer in this particular house. We want the minister to provide, just like he provided us in the case of hepatitis B, first quarter of next year. We want that certainty so that people can plan their life around that. And that is specifically the answer we are looking for. How soon? We want definite timeline, Mr. Minister. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Honorable Minister. Personally, until your explanation, I never knew that this is a very important question. So I share with Dr. Kabilu if you can give us specific times.
I entirely agree with you. It's an issue of emergency, and His Excellency the President has given clear directives, and that's why I told the House that we are at the concluding stage of the procurement. But Mr. Speaker, I've been following the development keenly, and just to share with you, I've already indicated that it is not manufactured and put at the showroom. It will take not less than 2 to 3 months to get the machine fully manufactured. And it's not being manufactured in Ghana. It will have to be on the sea to travel into the country. Give yourself about 1 to 2 months. And so if you add, give or take, we are talking about not less than 5 months. And so, but I didn't want to, Mr. Speaker, but that is the explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So we will now turn to the normal questions. We will turn to the normal questions, and we will come to Dr. Kingsley Ajimai, member for Buakwa South, on question listed as 86. Dr. Ajimai, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I seek to ask the Minister for Health what approach the ministry is taking to coordinate data collection, analysis, and dissemination of research to generate evidence-based health policies. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honorable Member for the question, which highlights the importance of data governance and research in shaping evidence-based health policy. The Ministry of Health recognizes that the healthcare is data-intensive sector and that timely, accurate, and secure data are essential for sound policy and effective service delivery. To this end, the Ministry is implementing a comprehensive strategy to strengthen coordination in data collection, analysis, and use across the health sector. First, we are automating data capture at all levels of care to replace manual entry, reduce errors, and ensure timely reporting. This digital transformation enhances accuracy and efficiency while freeing health workers to focus on patient care. It also ensures that our systems are robust, interoperable, and locally managed, so the ministry maintains full control of medical data without dependence on external vendors. Second, we are establishing a national health database under the Health Information System Strategic Plan to integrate data from the Ghana Health Service, the National Health Insurance Authority, and other agencies into one reliable repository for policy, planning, and research. Third, we are harmonizing health data and metadata across all 29 agencies to ensure consistency and interoperability, and are collaborating with the Ghana Statistical Service to align health data with national demographic information for more accurate analysis. The ministry is also partnering with universities and research institutions to apply advanced analytics and big data tools, enabling real-time insight for planning, resource allocation, and performance monitoring. Complementing this is a knowledge translation platform, which ensures research findings are systematically synthesized into national policy recommendations. Mr. Speaker, through these efforts, the ministry is building a modern, secure, and integrated health information ecosystem that supports a real-time decision-making, safeguards data sovereignty, and reinforces our commitment to evidence-based health policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Ajimai.
Thank you very much, Minister. I might have mixed it. Forgive me if I did. My question was in threefold: collection, analysis, and dissemination. Dissemination is very key, but in your response, I didn't hear a response on dissemination of this data. Can you please point to the various paragraphs that answers the question on dissemination? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the honorable member will come again, dissemination as in the analysis we get from the data gathering, what we learn from it, and disseminating that information, or what do you exactly mean by dissemination?
Thank you very much. You have collected data, you've analyzed data. How do you disseminate that data to transform into policy evidence or evidence policies that we require in the health sector? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what data does to policy is, Mr. Speaker, I'll give you a practical example. It's out of data that we realized that about 43 to 45% of our mortalities in this country are attributable to NCDs. Is data. So once you have this data, as a government or as a leader, it informs your policy, hence the establishment of Mahama Cares, to deal with the issues. And so when you know that there is a problem out of the data, maybe in some cases, in some cases, you have to embark on sensitization drive. How you sensitize the people to, maybe if it's for example, if it's an outbreak, if you have a data on outbreak, then you have to roll out your public health strategies to sensitize the people on how they can prevent themselves from that particular outbreak. And so that is how the analysis or the data collection informs decision makers to be able to govern well. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, no.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I think I will engage further on the response given on the dissemination. I have a quick follow-up. Again, in consonance with best global practices, you realize that research calls are usually announced so that we reduce biasness and other issues that comes with it. The response, however, was lacking on mitigating strategies to reduce biases to research. Can the minister consider such issues that are usually in line with best practices when it comes to research calls? Thank you.
Yes. Is there a question or you?
So, no, it's not an admonishment. The question is, what strategies have they put in place to mitigate research biasness with regards to usually best practices on research calls?
Yes, Doc. Honorable Akando.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, there are various platforms for, if you like, advertising or disseminating the outcomes of research. And for me, every research has a reason. You have a target. If the target at the end of the day is to create some kind of awareness, at the end of the research, you do so given the aims for the research. But if the research is also to guide you to take certain decisions, you also do accordingly. But that notwithstanding, your issue of best practice is also taken on board. And usually we use platforms like the Health Summit, the WHO, Health Assembly, and then other avenues or other fora to do this dissemination. Thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, let's turn to question 9.5. Question 9.5. And the question stands in the name of Honourable Member for Old Tafo. Oh, you wanted further questions? Okay, then let me give it to Ofolukrum. Dr. Kabilu is speaking a lot. Let me give it to Ofolukrum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask a question as a follow-up to the answer given by the Honorable Minister. The Minister stated that the data that is captured is very relevant to the health sector. But currently, I'm privy to information that the National Electronic Medical Record System is down. So if the National Electronic Medical System that captures all records of medical issues is down, how are you capturing the data? How are you able to store the data and even access and use that data for the benefit of Ghanaians?
Very well. Honourable Minister. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is true that we have some challenges with regards to our patients' electronic records. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that tomorrow I'm going to address the whole country to tell the whole country what we have inherited, what we are going through, and most importantly, the solution. And so I can assure you that it's not going to block or hinder the collection of data at all in any case. It will not. Thank you very much.
Well. So we turn to Dr. Kabilu. Doc, he's your friend though. I'm saying Akando is your friend. Okay, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I am rather difficult because yesterday at a TV program, it was a serious issue on the issue of the contract between the Minister of Health and the Lightwave Health Information Management System. the fact that we are now going back to manual system of collecting data. That after an initiative by the previous government to digitalize our data and to contract to ensuring that we have electronic collection of patients' data for the purposes of coordinating and informing evidence-based health policies, we are now back to that era. And that's the reason why I want the minister to rather take this issue more importantly now, because the members of parliament are here, the representatives of the people are here. And if he's going to organize press conference somewhere to address them, I'm not sure I'll be at the press conference, and I'm not sure how I'm going to tell the people of Wale Wale how the minister is addressing this issue. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that these people have not been paid their money. What measures is the minister putting in place to pay them their money so that they can bring back their service? Mr. Speaker, this is my question to him.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, he's saying this is the biggest platform you can have. So
Mr. Speaker, I agree. I will take up the challenge.
Yes.
So hear me. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, Ghana government signed an agreement with a company called Lightwave. Mr. Speaker, the contract sum was $100 million to connect 950 health facilities in the whole country. And the contract was supposed to expire in 2022. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the contract was extended twice to expire on the 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the 2024, out of the 950 facilities, only 450 had been connected. Out of the $100 million, $77 million had been paid. More than 77%. Meanwhile, less than 50% of the job had been done. Mr. Speaker, as part of the contract, it was supposed to be divided into what we call milestones. And so at the end of each milestone, the infrastructure and everything must be handed over to the state. Mr. Speaker, it is unconscionable for any government appointee to sign an electronic agreement that an individual will be hosting our data and the state will not have access to our data and the state will not have access to our service. Our health data. Mr. Speaker, this is what we inherited. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the 2024 when we took office, in 2025, the contract had expired. And so the issue of the government has come to terminate any contract doesn't arise, Mr. Speaker, because the contract actually expired on 31st December 2024. So there was no issue of termination. Mr. Speaker, when we took office, as part of the contract, we said, hand over whatever you have done to the state. And before we sit to take delivery of whatever has been done, we needed as a ministry, as a government, to know whatever we were inheriting. And so a forensic audit was conducted, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as part of the forensic audit, what we realized was that the software, the hardware, the infrastructure alone, there were gaps. For example, it was stated in the agreement that supply HP laptops. You go to the facilities and a different brand has been supplied. Supply 20 and you go to the grounds and less than 20 has been supplied. So there were issues of quality and there were issues of quantity. Gaps. Mr. Speaker, the gaps alone, when analyzed, was over $18 million for the hardware. That was the gaps. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that in the next milestone, Ghana government paid more than $10 million to the vendor. And he was supposed to connect about 157 facilities. The Speaker, guess what? Only 7 was verified. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mr. Speaker, after all this, we said that, look, because we don't need any disruptions, we were ready to sign another agreement because there was no agreement, there was no contract. Because of the software, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't also make sense for the country's data, the software, to be owned by an individual. So we are ready. Let's sign a license renewal agreement for 2 years. Mr. Speaker, the vendor indicated that in the agreement, he doesn't want to hear anything about data. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the vendor again indicated that we should write as part of the contract that we, the ministry, have verified 461 instead of 450. Mr. Speaker, there and then, as ministry, we had to put our heads together to find solution to the matter than lamenting. Mr. Speaker, so, honorable members, the good news is that I've shared with you the challenges we have inherited, where the medical records, the electronic medical records, was being hosted by an individual, where the country didn't have access to our service. But at the moment, Mr. Speaker, we have the solution, and we are rolling out in the whole country. We have a 4-week plan. In the first 1 week, next week, we are rolling more than 100 facilities. The third week, more than 100 facilities. And, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you, with the shortest possible time, we'll get all these 450 facilities covered. Mr. Speaker, what this vendor was doing to the state was that as and when he demands what, then you switch the thing off. And Mr. Speaker, for your information, the data, the server doesn't even sit in Ghana. It's far away in India. Yes, far away in India. Mr. Speaker, we are religiously guided by this contract, and we'll put in place the necessary solutions so that we'll prevent the reoccurrence of the mess we have inherited. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, as I've already indicated, we'll give a full presentation on these issues, pictorial evidences, and we'll also tell the people of this country what we are going to roll out. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. We turn to question 95. Dr. Kabilo, you didn't own the question. I gave you the opportunity to ask supplementary question. And the question has even revealed some of the information, because you insisted this is the biggest platform, and he alluded to that. So let's move on. Question 95. And the question stands in the name of Honorable Vincent Asefua Oltafo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with Order 883 of our standing orders, I rise with authority from the Honorable Vincent Eko Asefua, Member of Parliament for Oltafo, to ask the Minister for Health the timeline for the completion of the maternity block at the Tafo Government Hospital. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to inform this August House that both executive and parliamentary approvals were duly secured for the financing and supply contract related to the Tafo Maternity Hospital project. Additionally, value for money negotiations were successfully concluded. However, Mr. Speaker, as you may recall, in January 2023, the government, through a circular issued by the Ministry of Finance, suspended payment on external funded projects. As a result, the Dutch Bank AG, the project financier, was compelled to halt the necessary processes required for project effectiveness. Consequently, the project has been temporarily put on hold due to the debt restructuring. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Gloria, any supplementary question?
Yes, please. Mr. Speaker, has the Ministry of Health engaged the Ministry of Finance to find a new funding or support to complete the Tafo maternity block and other health projects?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are still pursuing the same source of funding, but it has to do with the debt restructuring. And so as and when we sign the bilateral agreements with them or conclude on the restructuring, we think that we've not hit the rock yet to be able to change course. it is due to the debt restructuring. So we are still pursuing the source of funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Gloria.
Mr. Speaker, what temporary steps has the ministry taken to reduce overcrowding, lack of staff shortage at the Tafo Government Hospital, where the maternity block remains suspended?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thought we were talking about construction of maternity. We are now veering into the issues
members, please allow.
Issues of recruitment of workers and what have you.
But he's talking about
overcrowding.
Overcrowding, yes.
Mr. Speaker, what I can assure the honourable member is that we have a program for that facility, and we'll go according to what we have, the program we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Gloria, I'll give you last.
Mr. Speaker, please, I want to find out with the minister that how soon?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Very soon.
Honorable members. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to the minister, I think the answer he has provided is completely inadequate. Minister, you can do better. So please kindly just respond to the question. But your response,
Minister,
is inadequate.
The leader is your friend. Look at
so, Minister, you know, Mr. Speaker, he's my former friend, so he should be able to.
Speaker, this house is a house of records, and I don't expect my colleagues want me to lie to the house. This project is dependent on the conclusion of the debt restructuring. I must know when the debt restructuring will end before I can tell you when we can even have access to the source of funding. So, Mr. Speaker, we are pursuing it, but with the greatest of respect. I do not want to be called to appear before the Government Assurance Committee, and therefore I am being very careful here.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, this is a constituency-specific question, so we will not rule out any supplementary question to any member. So we turn to question 262. 262. Honorable Member for Suhum, Honorable Frank Asiedu-Bequin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I will arise to ask the Minister plans the ministry has for the expansion and refurbishment of the emergency ward at the Suhum Government Hospital.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, Suhum Government Hospital.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. The ministry fully acknowledges the essential need for a well-functioning and adequately equipped emergency ward at Suhum Government Hospital. At present, the expansion and refurbishment of the emergency ward has not been captured under the 2025 fiscal year budget. However, the ministry intends to undertake a detailed assessment of the facility to determine the scope of work required. Based on the outcome, the project will be considered for inclusion in the capital expenditure program in the near future. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure this August House that the ministry will prioritize this intervention to strengthen emergency healthcare services for the people of Suhum and its surrounding communities. Thank you.
Your choice of words, in the near future. Meanwhile, 2026 budget is coming. Why don't you say 2026 budget? Anyway, honorable member for Suhum.
Mr. Speaker, nobody should think that that facility belongs to only Suhum people. Because if you travel from Accra to Kumasi, you pass through Suhum. Those from Akosombo, Koforidua, going to Winneba, Cape Coast, they pass through Suhum. So between January 2025 and September, we've had 263 reported accident cases in Suhum. So I want the minister to assure us if he's going to fast track his assessment of the situation in Suhum, because the Suhum government hospital serves a lot of people, including people who live outside Suhum. Can the minister assure us of some assistance?
Yes, Honorable Minister. He has given the importance of Suhum Hospital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to reiterate some aspect of my response. And I quote, the ministry intends to undertake a detailed assessment of the facility to determine the scope of work required. Based on the outcome, the project will be considered for inclusion. So, Mr. Speaker, I think what the honorable member needs to do is to work with the ministry so that we can assess the situation and see what we can do. Thank you.
Well. Honorable Asid Bequin, at times it's better to one-on-one deal with the minister. So work with him. So let me take your last question.
I hope to state that in trying to collaborate with you, I should meet you in the office. Currently, if there are accident cases, you go and you find patients lying on the floor. Can the minister come in with some temporary measures to ameliorate the situation in Suhum?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I fully agree with the honorable member that the Suhum Government Hospital is at a very strategic position that serves anybody who plies on the road. And so, as I have already indicated, you should work closely with my office, and I can assure him that we are in to serve the country. We will do our best. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable members, we will turn to question 263. 263. Honorable member for New Juaben North, Honorable Nana Osei Eje.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on Order 883 with the express authority of Honorable Nana Osei Eje, and with your permission, to ask the Minister for Health the status of the Eastern Regional Hospital, which has been abandoned after 70% completion.
Yes, Honorable Akando, Minister. The way you are smiling, it means we are going to give a straight.
Mr. Speaker, the design, construction, and equipment of the Eastern Regional Hospital was awarded in May 2020, 5 years ago. The project made progress to attain a completion of about 57%. However, the project stalled due to the debt restructuring. Mr. Speaker, as indicated earlier, the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, will consider resuming once the processes for the debt restructuring is concluded. So, Mr. Speaker, if the project was abandoned, it was abandoned long ago. but we will go back to site and do the needful. Thank you.
The way you were smiling, I thought you were coming to give different response. Yes, honorable member for Forukrum.
Mr. Speaker, no further questions.
Very well, thank you. So, honorable members, we turn to question 326. Honorable Dr. Thomas Winsome Anaba, a member for Garu. Doc, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Health the measures the ministry is taking to complete the Garu District Hospital.
Honorable Minister, Garu Hospital.
Mr. Speaker, I wish...
Honorable member, may you put off your mic? Very well.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform this Honorable House that the Garu District Hospital project in the Upper East region forms part of the Agenda 111 initiative. The project had achieved an overall physical progress of 63% as of December 2024. Following government decision to rationalize the implementation framework of the Agenda 111 program, the Ministry of Finance, by a letter dated 13 February 2025, formally advised the Ministry of Health to incorporate all Agenda 111 projects into its annual budget proposal from 2025 onwards. Subsequently, His Excellency the President, through a directive dated 20th February 2025, instructed that the oversight and implementation of the Agenda 111 project be formally transferred to the Ministry of Health. In line with this directive, government commissioned an audit of all ongoing Agenda 111 sites, which is currently being undertaken by Measures Architectural and Engineering Services Limited, AESL. The ministry is presently awaiting the submission of AESL's final report and accompanying recommendations to inform the next course of action towards the continuation and completion of the Garu District Hospital project. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Anaba, any further questions?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Let me thank the Minister for his answer, but I would like to explain that the Garu District Hospital is very necessary to be completed simply because Garu has never had a district hospital. We used to patronize the Boku Hospital, but due to the conflict and crisis in Boku, we no longer have a hospital where we go to get sick health. That is why the government decided to put up the Garu District Hospital. And as it is told, most of the staff who were in the Boku Hospital have been moved to either Zebila, Binduri, Garu, or Timpani. But if you check around the Kosak area, out of the 6 districts, none of them has a district hospital. So we think that completing the Garu Hospital is very imperative to ensure that at least it caters for the other district or even help reduce the burden and pressure on the Boku Hospital if it resumes work. So I would like to plead with the minister to ensure that when they are considering hospitals to be completed, at least the Garu District Hospital should be part of those few hospitals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is not a question. So, Dr. Kabil, this is a constituency. This is not your constituency.
Mr. Speaker, the response from the minister goes beyond the specific constituency. And if the response of the minister is far and wide, it's only well and good that we are allowed to ask questions within the response of the minister. Mr. Speaker, I would think that Garu was one of the many districts without hospitals. And Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo vision to make sure that every district, and he mentioned that none of the districts in that particular enclave has a district hospital, but through the Agenda 111, all of them would have had district hospital. Mr. Speaker, the problem with Garu, I know Garu personally, and I know the specific hospital. Mr. Speaker, in fact, of all the hospitals in the Upper East region, Garu District Hospital is one of the hospitals that have gotten at least considerable percentage of work done. The work done on that particular hospital means that...
Doc, just ask the question. Just ask the question.
Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister if this so-called audit, that this so-called audit, that is to be done on the agenda 111. You can wait for your statement to be made. Mr. Speaker, I'm being harassed. I will need your protection. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister. Public accounts is waiting. Go and do your work. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister this so-called auditing by the auditor or forensic audit, whatever he terms it, on this particular agenda 111. What is the goal of that auditing, and how soon are we going to get the audit being done? What's the goal? Because work is being done.
Honorable Kabilu, respectfully, you are changing the question entirely. I hate to do that, but if you are asking questions directly to Garu, fine. But now you are shifting to auditing and those kind of things.
Mr. Speaker, he mentioned in his response that they have engaged an auditing firm to do an audit of the projects. Agenda 111 project. I didn't introduce that, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, so he said, what's the intent of the audit? If you can tell us something.
Mr. Speaker, you take office and you have ongoing projects. You need to understand where the contractors have gotten to, how much has been paid, especially so when you don't have a dedicated source of funding for the project. And then as government, you strategize to see how you can get money to continue all these projects. So, Mr. Speaker, you must understand what you have inherited. That will inform your strategy for securing funding for the project. Mr. Speaker, let me assure this House that His Excellency the President has indicated time and again that he is not going to abandon any project he has inherited, ongoing project that he has inherited. And therefore, I can assure the House that we will tackle any project that we have inherited in due course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We turn to question 492. Question, Dr. Anaba.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Once this is a House of Records, I want to correct misinformation. Garu had a project from the NDC government in 2012 by NMS to build a hospital.
Honorable Doctor.
So to say that Garu never had a hospital, there was a project ongoing. Your government came and stalled it and put it in the infrastructure tracker that you are building a hospital in Garu, which was not true.
Honorable Dr. Anaba, respectfully.
Thank you.
Respectfully. Yeah, leader.
Actually, I was outside when I heard the follow-up question about Garu. I rushed in because I thought that there was some misrepresentation that needed to be corrected. And I think that is what the member for Garu is trying to do. The questionnaire actually mentioned Garu as a beneficiary of Agenda 111. But that's not the case. The Garu Hospital was started by the NDC 9 years ago, or even more. And then when the NPP took over, they stopped the project. So for 8 years, nothing happened there. Materials that were mobilized at site were all vandalized and stolen until NDC has come back. And so that is why he's asking the minister what is going to be done to complete that hospital, whether it will be prioritized. So when you do a follow-up question and then you present it as if Garu was a beneficiary of Agenda 111, I think that the record needs to be corrected, that Garu was not a beneficiary of Agenda 111. Boku was not a beneficiary of Agenda 111. I have not seen Agenda 111 in Pusga. I have not seen one. I only know that because the NPP won Binduri constituency, that is the only place that was assigned an Agenda 111 hospital.
Leader.
The rest didn't get any Agenda 111 hospital.
Leader. Leader. I think
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I think the majority leader didn't get the right briefing, because if you look at page 7, response from the minister on the question 326, the minister admitted that it is an Agenda 111 project. But that's what the answer. The minister said. The minister said, Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform this honourable House that the Garu District Hospital project in the Upper East region form part of the government flagship Agenda 111 initiative.
And he himself admitted. He himself said it's Agenda.
Honourable members, please.
10 kilometers. No, what be benefiting from big push? No, they suspend the one. They are big push. Yes, they're being starting when they
whose microphone is on, please?
Okay, so Mr. Speaker, if the NPP government decided to adopt that project, please, let's listen to each other. Please, let's listen to each other. The minister is sitting here. I know the hospital. The member of parliament is sitting here. He knows the hospital. And the minister's records will show that this is a hospital project that was started under the NDC. It was stopped by the NPP. Then after COVID, when MPP decided to do Agenda 111, they may have added Garu, but nothing was done there. Nothing was done there. I'm saying that you took all Agenda 111 hospitals. When the president announced Agenda 111 hospitals, they were supposed to be new hospitals to be constructed. We all listened to him during the COVID when he announced it, that the government was going to construct new hospitals from the scratch. When you decided to adopt the hospital at Garu, then you had moved from your original objective and the Agenda 111. And I'm saying that I would have been happy if after adopting it, you had actually completed the hospital. But even after adopting it, you failed to complete the adopted hospital.
Leader, thank you. But I think if there's any confusion, probably it might have emanated from the minister's response that it was part of the Agenda 111 hospital. So,
Mr. Speaker, you see, don't be too diplomatic with the majority leader. You see,
am I being diplomatic to him?
You are being too diplomatic with the majority leader. The minister is seated there. Mr. Speaker, before even the majority leader walked in here, the questioner had admitted that apart from Garu, all others had district hospitals. By then, the majority leader wasn't here. And if you look at the question, Mr. Speaker, the minister admitted clearly that this is an Agenda 111 hospital. But unfortunately, minister, for some reasons, decided to allow the majority leader to consume him. You see, you don't do this. You don't do that, Mr. Minister. You are in charge. The ministry is in your hands. It is just the chamber that is in the hands of the majority leader. Don't let him bully you. This is an Agenda 11 hospital.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, 63% of the project is done. 63. You have admitted. No, I'm not debating. I don't want, you see, you are my friend. I don't want the majority leader to consume you.
Thank you.
Don't allow yourself.
Thank you, Honorable
Let the
Martin.
records reflect that it is an Agenda 111 hospital.
Thank you very much.
It is not. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, thank you very much. We will now turn to question 492. Question 492 from Garu. Let's come down to Ejuso. Honorable Member for Ejuso, Honorable Kabrabo Ating.
Thank you,
Mr.
now. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I'm on my feet to ask the Minister for Health whether there's any plan on paper by government to establish a nursing training college in the Ejuso municipality. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honorable member for the question. The Ministry of Health recognizes the importance of expanding training opportunities to meet the increasing demand for skilled nurses and midwives. However, at present, there's no official plan or approved documentation for the establishment of a nursing and midwifery training college in the Ejuso municipality. Mr. Speaker, the ministry currently oversees 94 nursing and midwifery training colleges across the country, 14 of which are located in the Ashanti region. Before any institution is established, the ministry, through the Human Resource for the Development Directorate, conduct a comprehensive needs assessment and feasibility study. These assessments take into account regional equity, availability of clinical training sites, financial and staffing considerations, and the accreditation requirement of the Nursing and Midwifery Council and the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. Mr. Speaker, while the ministry has received expression of interest from the stakeholders within the Ejuso municipality, no formal proposal has yet been submitted or approved through the ministry's internal processes. That said, the ministry remains open to collaboration with metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, as well as development partners, to explore the establishment of additional training institutions in underserved areas as the need arises, particularly for post-basic and specialist training programs. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Kabrabo Ating.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Yes, Mr. Speaker, by way of laying basis for my next question, I would like to say that the Ejuso municipality is a youthful population. The size is about 74,000. Mr. Speaker, we have about 8 senior high schools churning out graduates, of which some of them may want to pursue a career in nursing. The municipality is also an urban one, hosting about 46 major towns. 2024 projection, population projection is about 196,000. Mr. Speaker, I would want to find out from the minister if these are not necessary imperatives which may warrant, Mr. Speaker, an establishment of a nursing training in the municipality, looking at, Mr. Speaker, the indices that I have enumerated. Thank you.
Minister, have you heard the imperatives? Very, very necessary ones.
Mr. Speaker, all the factors he has enumerated are all very necessary requirements. Thank you.
Minister, I didn't get your answer well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the questioner
he's
only
your
asked,
friend, though. So
yes, the questioner only asked whether or not the factors he has enumerated are not necessarily imperative for the establishment of a nursing training college. Is that not my question?
Yes.
Is that not the question I'm supposed to answer? I say yes, they are.
So you are going to give established one?
Mr. Speaker, are you asking the question for him? There was a very simple question I'm supposed to respond to.
Yes.
He didn't add that. Did he? He didn't add that. So, Mr. Speaker, I will read some portions of my response. I'll repeat them. That the ministry remains open to collaborate with metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, as well as development partners, to explore the establishment of additional training institutions, especially in underserved communities. So, Mr. Speaker, we can take it from there. We will link up, and then we will take the conversation from there.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable, do you still wish to?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my last question may be, and Mr. Speaker, permit me to lay the basis. I'm rightly informed that papers have been sent to the ministry, as the minister also rightly indicated that there's been some proposals. Mr. Speaker, I may want to know that if a formal proposal, one which the minister will rightly deem befitting a proposal, how long will it take for steps to be taken to consider setting up a nursing training in the municipality?
Honorable Member, you see, at times we have to. In this house, at times it's better to see the minister one on one. You've laid the basis. I will ask you to deal with the minister personally. That may yield the needed results. So after laying the basis, I will urge you to try to see the minister and discuss the matter over here.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, I take a cue.
Very well. So, honorable members, let's take the last question. Let's take the last question from Honorable Member for Hemine Lower Denchura, Honorable Lawrence Ajinsam. Honorable Member, you take the last slot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Health the plans of the ministry to furnish the Chufu Hemine Lower Denchura District Health Directorate with an administration block and staff bungalows to operate effectively and efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry acknowledges the importance of providing a conducive working environment and adequate residential accommodation to enhance the effective and efficient operations of the Chufu Hemine Lower Denchura District Health Directorate. As part of the ongoing health sector reforms, the construction of office and auxiliary facilities at the district level has been decentralized and now falls under the purview of the respective district assemblies. The ministry will, however, collaborate closely with the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, as well as the district assembly, to ensure that appropriate office and residential accommodation are provided to facilitate the effective performance of health staff within the district.
Yes, Honorable Ajinsani, any further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to do a follow-up by asking the Minister, per his answer, that the construction of office and ancillary facilities has been decentralized. When was it decentralized? And then what are the steps that I need to take to be able to engage the district assembly so that Chufu Hemine Lower Denchura would have the needed office?
Yes, Honorable Minister. Honorable Sunyani Bruni Senior JJ, may you put off here? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as far as I can recall, for the past 8 to 9 years, the Ministry of Health has not constructed district health directorate offices in the country. It has always been part of the project by the district assemblies. So when they do the constructions, then we will fill in the staff. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
My last question. If indeed the minister says that it has to be done by the district assembly, my follow-up question is, what about logistics, computers, and other things that need to be provided to the health directorate? Is it also to be provided by the assemblies or by the ministries?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the directorate fall under the ministry, as and when they need the assistance, they have the right to write to the ministry or the Director General of Ghana Health Service, and we'll look at it and consider it accordingly.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, let me thank the Minister for attending upon the House to respond to members on issues relating to health in their constituencies. Honorable Minister, we thank you, and you are hereby discharged. Leadership. We are on statement.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have 2 statements.
I only have one.
Yeah, we can do one and then.
I only have one, and that statement, on Friday, I decided to take the statement today. That is in respect of Ghana City assisting. I think today the Bank of Ghana celebrated and launched it. So I think it will be appropriate. I asked the chairman of the Committee on Economy and Development to read his statement in respect of Ghana City assisting. So, Honorable Afol, you may take the floor now.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me thank you so much for the opportunity to read this statement to commemorate the 60 years of our Ghana City since its introduction in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the city continues to be durable, portable, divisible, uniform, limited in supply, and generally accepted in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the city continues to function as a medium of exchange of goods and services, also serves as a store of value, allowing people to save wealth over time. It also functions as a unit of accounts and values. This enables us to compare the worth of different items. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to commend the government and the governor of the Bank of Ghana and his team for the effort to end dollarization, i.e. the practice of pricing goods and services in US dollars instead of Ghana cedis in Ghana. That has a tendency to depreciate the Ghana cedi through the increase in demand for the US dollar. To be specific, the government has issued a directive requiring all government contracts to be denominated in Ghana cedis rather than in hard currencies such as the US dollar. Moreover, the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Isiama, strengthened this measure by mandating all goods and services to be priced solely in Ghana cedis. All these measures have contributed to making the cedi one of the strongest performing currencies in the world, evidenced by its continuous appreciation from 17 cedis to $1 in December 2024 to a current range of 10 cedis 30 pesos to 12 cedis to $1. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana cedi has undergone a remarkable transformation since the country gained independence, reflecting the nation's political, economic, and social changes over time. Its evolution tells the story of Ghana's journey towards the economic sovereignty and stability in the face of both internal and global financial challenges. Before independence, in 1957, the Gold Coast, now Ghana, used the British West African pound, sterling, and penny, which were issued by the West African Currency Board. These colonial-era currencies served several West African territories under British rule. However, after achieving independence, Ghana sought to establish its own monetary identity as part of its broader global, national, and economic independence. Mr. Speaker, in 1958, Ghana introduced its first national currency, Ghana pound, which was equivalent in value to the British pound sterling. The establishment of the Bank of Ghana in 1957 played a vital role in managing this new currency. The introduction of the Ghana pound symbolized the country's first step towards economic self-determination and control over its monetary policy. A few years later, in 1965, the first cedi was introduced by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, replacing the Ghana pound. This change marked Ghana's move from the old imperial monetary system to a decimalized one, which one cedi was equal to 10 shillings or 100 pesos. The term cedi originates from the local word cedie, meaning cowrie shell, which had been used as a traditional form of money in pre-colonial times. The introduction of the cedi represented not only modernization, but also reclaiming of Ghana's cultural identity in its currency. Mr. Speaker, however, political changes soon influenced Ghana's currency system. After the overthrow of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah in 1966, the new military regime replaced the existing cedi in 1967 with a new cedi, partly to remove symbols associated with the former president. The new currency had a conversion rate of 1 new cedi to 1 cedi 20 pesos old cedis. While this change was politically motivated, it was demonstrated the close link between politics and monetary reform in Ghana's history. Mr. Speaker, throughout the 1970s and 80s, Ghana's economy experienced several instability, high inflation, frequent devaluation, and the emergence of black market exchange rates eroded confidence in the cedi. During this period, the government implemented several exchange controls and economic reforms. The situation worsened until the Economic Recovery Program, ERP, was launched in 1983, under the leadership of Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings, which aimed to stabilize the economy and restore confidence in the financial system. Mr. Speaker, by the early 2000s, the cedi has suffered significant depreciation due to persistent inflation, making financial transactions cumbersome. For instance, it took around 10,000 old Ghana cedis to equal $1. To address this problem, the Bank of Ghana redenominated the cedi in July 2007, introducing a new currency known as Ghana cedi. The conversion rate was 10,000 old Ghana cedis to 1 Ghana cedi. This redenomination simplified transactions, improved efficiency in accounting and pricing, and sought to restore public confidence in the currency. In recent years, the cedi has continued to evolve alongside Ghana's modern financial landscape. The Bank of Ghana introduced enhanced security features and new high-value denominations, that 100 Ghana cedis and 200 Ghana cedis, in 2019 to facilitate larger transactions. Meanwhile, the growth of the digital payment systems, including mobile money, has significantly transformed how Ghanaians interact with their currency. Despite these advancements, the cedi continues to face challenges such as depreciation against major foreign currencies, inflation, and global economic shocks. Let's all Ghanaians work towards the Ghana cedi to become an enviable currency in the world, as the journey has started from the beginning of 2025 fiscal year, as the cedi is trading with other hard currencies positively. This is a good sign of a strong currency in a strong economy. In conclusion, the history of Ghana cedi is deeply intertwined with the nation's political and economic journey, from the colonial era British pound to the modern Ghana cedi. Each transformation has reflected Ghana's desire for stability, identity, and growth. While the cedi has faced many challenges over the decades, it remains a powerful symbol of Ghana's resilience and commitment to economic independence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You said what? Oh, no, not 1-1. This is a very important statement. And I think we can, together with the leadership, we can give 3-3. So let me start with Honorable Member for Manson Kwanta. Please, you wouldn't contribute more than 3 minutes.
3 minutes, all right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I commend the maker of the statement, who happens to be the chairman of the Committee for Economy and Development, where I serve as the deputy ranking. Mr. Speaker, we congratulate ourselves as a country for having our own currency for 6 decades. Having our own currency, Mr. Speaker, serves to give us economic independence, having moved away from the British pound following independence. Mr. Speaker, having our own currency, the cedi, has also given us the freedom to be able to set our own monetary policy, which controls inflation, which controls interest rate, etc., without relying on any foreign sovereign to do this for us. Mr. Speaker, having our own currency, the cedi, for 60 years has also given us the flexibility in terms of trade, in terms of taxation, and also in terms of budgeting. We control our own currency. There is also the integration into the global financial system. We have our own currency, which the world has recognized. The world trades with it. It is accepted across the world. This is a source of pride to us as a nation, and is including us in the world platform for trading. Mr. Speaker, the cedi has shown resilience. As the maker of the statement indicated, we have seen the cedi, the notes being replaced, coins being replaced. We've seen the cedi being redenominated to make it easier to carry and transact, etc. The cedi has seen calm, the cedi has seen turbulence, but the cedi continues to thrive, and it is
our source of pride. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I will commend the maker of the statement, and I say I wish the CD long live and happy 60 years anniversary. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me invite the Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Honorable Afo in joining the country to celebrate 60 years of the city. And Mr. Speaker, in the words of the Governor of the Bank of Ghana at the ceremony today, he stated under the theme 60 years of the city, a symbol of sovereignty, stability, and economic resilience. Mr. Speaker, in commending him, he has brought an important matter to the fore. The Bank of Ghana, the Bankers Bank, the lender of last resort, responsible for maintaining and monitoring financial stability and price stability. First, this is Parliament. What is the relationship between Parliament and the Bank of Ghana? Mr. Speaker, we are yearning for an independent, autonomous Bank of Ghana, where monetary policy is the determination of the Bank of Ghana, and fiscal policy will vest in the Minister for Finance. But Mr. Speaker, the relationship, sometimes monetary policy suffers when you don't manage your fiscal policy well. But as the maker of the statement rightly observed, echoed by the governor himself and our colleague who just spoke, the city today is celebrated as one of the best performing currencies in sub-Saharan Africa, at least in the last 8 months. The city has appreciated, Mr. Speaker, according to the governor of the Bank of Ghana, by 37.4% year on to date, October 17, 2025. Mr. Speaker, again, we are told that headline inflation has dropped sharply to 9.4% as of September 2025. Then, Mr. Speaker, our observation. In 2022, the city depreciated by over 50%, becoming the world's worst performing currency, according to Bloomberg, and the headline inflation spiraled to 54.4%. Food inflation soared to 59.7%. But, Mr. Speaker, this is the difficulty to manage. So one of the fundamental problems of the John Mahama administration is that you inherited an economy which was damaged in terms of the standing of debt. That's why you had to undergo a debt exchange program. And apart from that, inflation unacceptably high. But for me, Mr. Speaker, as he makes the statement, this parliament must support the Bank of Ghana in its regulatory role. That is why they are accountable to the Parliament of Ghana. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, they are expected even to give us a quarterly or post-quarterly report. The Bank of Ghana has a responsibility to report to the Parliament of Ghana on its operations over the years. Mr. Speaker, we should also celebrate the Bank of Ghana, at least if for nothing, Mr. Speaker. Last week I was in Sunyani at the University, UNER, the University for Energy. And the hall I sat in, the Vice Chancellor came to me and said that this has been constructed by the Bank of Ghana as part of its corporate social responsibility. I'm told if you go to the University of Ghana and you look at the city hall, thanks to the late Emisata, then when he was governor of Bank of Ghana, you have a beautiful edifice of a lecture hall, which was also constructed by the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, today the Bank of Ghana has a hospital which is open to the Ghanaian public. But we want them to concentrate on their core responsibility as the bankers' bank and the regulator of the bank. We saw how government had to spend, Mr. Speaker, in the past, over 23 billion with what is popularly referred to in Ghana as a collapse bank, or as a name you called it, what the Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta. So we pay tribute, Mr. Speaker, in celebrating now Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Johnson Esiama, his deputies Zakaria Mumuni and Matilda Asante. We wish them well, but they should also recognize that others came before them and they played their part. Whether it was Governor Addison or it was Governor Paul, they all did their best. But we think that we should reposition the Bank of Ghana to take its place. Modern central banking, what is the interest rate, policy rate? How is it determined in Ghana? How is that affecting the Ghanaian private sector, and how are they able to make meaningful contribution to it? Mr. Speaker, President Mahama made a promise to the Ghanaian people to establish a women's bank. Let me assure our colleagues that he would honor that promise, and a women's bank will be established. A women's bank will be established as part of President Mahama's effort to empower women and to expand access to credit by them. But, Mr. Speaker, my advice is to all of us and to Ghanaians, the way we handle the Ghanaian city, all of us in our pockets, you love it, and then the way we treat it in our pockets, we don't do the same thing to the British pound, we don't do the same thing to the dollar, but when you get the cedi, then you squeeze it as if it's some valueless paper. Yet it's a paper that you expect to use for the purchase of your goods and services. So the Bank of Ghana must also deepen public education on the way we relate to the Ghana cedi. So, Mr. Speaker, we have every reason to celebrate the cedi at 60. But in celebrating it, as I used to observe, the city suffered too much epilepsy in the face of the pound sterling, in the face of the dollar, which reduced the value of and the weight of the city.
Minister, I think...
I don't provoke debate, Mr. Speaker. So I want to commend the maker of the statement, congratulate and commend the leadership of the Bank of Ghana, past governors of the Bank of Ghana, past chair of the Bank of Ghana, and then to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the late Anthony Akotosai of blessed memory, there is no day I will comment on Bank of Ghana without recognizing, even when we had to review the Bank of Ghana Act as to whether the Bank of Ghana can finance government or not. Part of the crisis we are in as a country, what we witnessed in 2022, was the Bank of Ghana financing government. That's what resulted in now the debt exchange and the slippage of the economy. The Honorable Antonio Akoto says, sitting here every other time, caution us that the Bank of Ghana, and he was a strong advocate of zero financing of government by the Bank of Ghana. I pray that we will keep faith to it. Now, gold reserves, Mr. Speaker, we have to. Everywhere in the world, gold reserve. We should learn from best practice and allow for efficiency in improving the standing of our gold reserve. So, Honorable Afo, I commend you and I thank you for the statement. Mr. Speaker, thank you for tolerating.
Thank you very much. But Ranking, are you not speaking? So leadership, because I said 3 including leadership. I said 3 including leadership. Okay, Dr. Kabilu.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Let me join my colleagues in commending Honorable Eric Afo for making this statement on the back of the 60th anniversary of the Ghanaian cedi. Mr. Speaker, I don't need to go back to the history of the Ghanaian cedi, as there are many gray hair here who understand this better than I do. And then the make of the statement also attempts to capture that particular history. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that after 60 years, the Ghanaian cedi has not found its feet. And I would think that in this moment of reflection, we will need to ask ourselves why, that after 60 years, our cedi is still trying to find its feet against the major trading currency. We understand our currency is not a vehicle currency, but we do also appreciate that for your economy to be very strong, you will need to have your cedi or your medium of exchange or your currency very stable for predictability of businesses. You need to have it very stable for the, for the health of the economy and even for the purchasing power of the ordinary person. So we all agree and we all admit that we must do something strong about the performance of our city. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate these 60 years, we have to pay some glory tribute to some other individuals. He mentioned some names. And I think it's important that we cannot celebrate 60 years of independence and the history of the currency is being talked about without reference to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. When His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was at the Bank of Ghana, he was the arrowhead of the redenomination exercise that brought some stability into the Ghanaian city. This is a fact of, a statement of fact, and we need to pay growing tribute to him. Mr. Speaker, we equally need to appreciate my senior brother and respected leader of the House, former leader of the House, and also the minister responsible for education, has brought our attention to the need for us to support our currency with commodities such as gold. And that the African Development Bank, and even international communities are now coming to the realization that you will need to support your currency with a very predictable commodity, i.e. gold. And the Vice President, when he came out with this idea, people say it was not novel. People were mocking at him. Mr. Speaker, the chicken has come home to roost. And I'm happy that the governor of the Bank of Ghana can now go on international platforms to count the success of the country on the back of gold reserve program and gold purchase program. And I'm happy that we are building a country and the contribution of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia need to be highlighted. Mr. Speaker, what can we do? Currently, the performance of the CD is because we are giving the CD aphrodisia. So much, we are giving the CD, the performance of the CD is because it's been given an aphrodisia, Mr. Speaker. And if your CD is performing because it's given an aphrodisia, Mr. Speaker, you don't call that natural performance. You don't term that natural performance. Mr. Speaker, we need our CD to perform naturally. We need our CD to perform naturally. And how do we do that? We need to improve on the real sector of the economy. That's the only way, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, all the performance we are seeing about the city, it is not based on productivity. We are learning the Bank of Ghana is pumping some over 1.3 billion this month alone to support the city. I mean, this is not economic management. This is actually intensive care management of the city. That is an intensive care management of the city. And I don't think that that is the way we need to go with the money of the city. As we celebrate 60 years, Mr. Speaker, we want to also advise that there's need for us to streamline the black market rates with the formal rates. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why Abochi will be charging us 13 Ghana cedi to the dollar and the Bank of Ghana is quoting 11 Ghana cedi to the dollar. It doesn't make sense. There must be some symmetry. There must be some consistency. The differences should not be done. Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude on this note. The maker of the statement is referring to some exchange rate that was 17 to the dollar. Mr. Speaker, and I'll come on the ruling of this particular House. The House has ruled in January 26, 2017, and it is based on evidence to support a statement of fact. Mr. Speaker, the issue that was at hand, whether or not a member can continue to speak when challenged on a statement of fact. Mr. Speaker, there's a statement of fact that has been mentioned that the cedi was changing to the dollar for some $17 Ghana cedi to the dollar. Mr. Speaker, I think based on the ruling of this House, we have to expunge that from the statement. Because the ruling of this House is clear on such matter that where a member of the Honorable House is challenged on a purported statement of facts, the member must support the statement with evidence or withdraw the unsubstantiated statement. Mr. Speaker, this was the ruling of the House on the 26th of January 2017. So I want to... 2017, the ruling of this Honorable House. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my colleague that this part of the statement should be expunged from the records, or he provides the evidence to substantiate that. Since he does not provide evidence on the statement, prima facie, that statement should not be part of the records of this House. With this view, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much, and we wish the city well.
Well. Yes, let me give the Deputy Minister the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to start by congratulating the whole of Ghana for the celebration of the cedi at 60. And the cedi, which came into being in 1965, is 60 years now, and it's going to be a year-long celebration. And believe you me, it has gone through various reforms, and we are still using the cedi. And as we speak now, in the tenure of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we all see how the cedi is performing now against the dollar. We recall in 2024 where the cedi was performing very badly against the dollar. And so you see clearly that this is an administration that wants the cedi to, Ghanaians should see the value of the cedi as we celebrate the cedi at 60. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would want to join the Bank of Ghana, the governor and his team for this year-long celebration, and I believe that the cedi is going to perform better even as the days roll by, as the years roll by. Congratulations to Ghana, congratulations to all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes. Honorable Oponkroma.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. And I want to commend the chairman of the Committee on the Economy and Development for this commemorative statement. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate 60 years of the Ghana cedi, to many Ghanaians, the most important question is, what's the value of the cedi? What can it really buy? And that brings to mind two specific questions: the question of inflation targeting and inflation management, and our exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, if you study the economic history of our country, our cedi performs very well at some points in time and also very poorly at some point in time. Whenever a government has access to large volumes of forex reserves to do what they call market intervention, the cedi is able to stand its ground against international currencies. And whenever we run short of hard currency, the depreciation gets very dire. Today, I'm happy to reiterate the comments made by the Minister for Education that the governor announces about a 37.4% appreciation of the cedi year to date. The question is, how? And I think the government has answered it already by explaining that it's because they are doing market intervention. In fact, this month alone, as was mentioned by one of my colleagues, the Bank of Ghana is dumping about $1.3 billion onto the market. That is a reason for the appreciation. So where are they getting these dollars from? Mr. Speaker, it's because in 2021, a gold purchase program was introduced for the first time in our history, aimed at enabling the state to, through the Bank of Ghana and the PMMC, buy gold and increase our gold reserves. That's how come we moved from 8 tons to 30 tons. Mr. Speaker, at that time, gold prices were averaging about $1,700 per ounce. Today, gold prices are averaging about $4,000 per ounce. And so because of this gold purchase program, we are able to mobilize a lot of forex. And the central bank is now doing a lot of market intervention with the forex. Has anything strange happened? No. It is because of the conditions of the market and the introduction of the gold purchase program that today we are able to mobilize a lot of forex through the Bank of Ghana and the Gold Board, which used to be the PMMC, as was the case before. And this forex is now being dumped on the market. So, Mr. Speaker, it begs the question that if you leave the market to the normal forces of demand and supply for currency without a market intervention, will we be getting a 37.4% appreciation? Respectfully, I doubt. And Mr. Speaker, that then raises the second question of what framework is being used today that we are getting windfall? Are we dumping all the windfall on the market to suppress the real rate? It will be recalled that earlier, when the governor and the president denied it, and the IMF cautioned the government to pause and put in place a framework, and they did, the currency started depreciating again. And indeed, the president at the press conference admitted that it was because the Bank of Ghana had stopped the market intervention. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't need to split hairs about it. Today, as we commemorate 60 years of the city, we need to be honest with ourselves that it is the market intervention, and any government that is able to benefit from these prices on the market and has these reserves will intervene. It is like somebody with a blood pressure problem who is taking blood pressure medication to bring his BP down, now claiming all of a sudden that his BP is sorted. The day you stop taking the medication, that's when you see your smoothness level. Mr. Speaker, what we need to do is to have a discussion about, A, the sustainability. So how are we going to ensure that on a sustainable basis, the normal market forces, without the aphrodisiac that my colleague spoke about, or the blood pressure medication I'm talking about, on a sustainable basis, we can allow the market forces to hold our currency where it has to be. And that requires the Bank of Ghana to do a lot more of the traditional things, ensuring that forex earnings are repatriated into the jurisdiction, ensuring that the banks don't hold the forex earnings in their nostro accounts, ensuring that the de-dollarization, as the chairman mentioned, really comes to bear. These things are not being done. It's the market intervention. And so, Mr. Speaker, today, as we commemorate and as we celebrate, my prayer is that we pay more attention to the sustainable things. The last thing, Mr. Speaker, is that a proper framework needs to be put in place. Is it 10 or 15 or 20 or 100% of the windfall that we are dumping on the market? And if we dump all of it when it is finished, what will happen? Mr. Speaker, we commend the various actors from 1965 who have worked to bring the Ghana cedi to where it is, and we pray the current administration to put in place a sustainable framework so that when gold prices are no longer at $4,000 on the world market, we do not see a further depreciation of the Ghana cedi. I thank Mr. Speaker for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I'll take the last one. Okay, Shaibu.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much for the opportunity and to thank the maker of the statement for teasing out a very critical issues regarding our economy and our city. Mr. Speaker, 60 years in the life of a living being, and indeed a city, is so important that we ought and need to celebrate it. Indeed, the Ghana city has traveled so many years. It has transitioned from one point to the other. And today we have a Ghana city that is stabilized. Speaker, my good friend made mention of aphrodisiacs. Let me be clear to point out that there are good aphrodisiacs and bad ones. And depending on the time that you inject the aphrodisiac, you will get the result that you want. Indeed, some years ago, some of aphrodisiacs were pumped into the system, and we got 17 Ghana cedis to the dollar. Indeed, today, a better aphrodisiac is pumped into the system, and we are hitting between 10 to 12 Ghana cedi to the dollar. This is proper management, and this is prudent management. My learned friend, Kojo Opon Nkrumah, mentioned about good management. Indeed, policies were put in place, and at the time those policies were put in place, we still had the dollar, the cedi, falling to 17. Today, we have put in a very prudent measure. We have established the gold board. The gold board, the 1.3 billion that was pumped into the system was not borrowed externally. It is mobilized locally. Indeed, from January to October 15th, the gold board alone has raked in over $8 billion. And that is sitting in the coffers of the Bank of Ghana. Today, Mr. Speaker, the city shines very brightly. And clients, my clients, clients I represent, tell me, take my rent in Ghana cedi. Don't go for any dollar for me, even though it is said dollar denominated. People now prefer to use the Ghana cedi because of the value it presents. That is a cedi we are talking about today, and that is a cedi we are celebrating. So the prudent economic measures that have been put in place is why we are all smiling today. And then take note that the Ghana cedi will continue on an upward surge. And this economy, the Bank of Ghana, is up to recovery. Please, let's wish it very well. We wish the Ghana cedi a happy birthday, and we pray that we all hold it and keep it well. I thank you so much, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you. Leadership. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity, and I want to commend the maker of this statement. Save that when we get the opportunity to make such statements, we should try and depoliticize the content of the statements and see the contributions and the evolution the cedi has gone through to this stage. It's very critical that as Ghanaians, we all come together to celebrate the cedi at 60. And this is not just by chance, it's by hard work, it's by the very critical support of many stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, I always take a cue from my former leader and Minister of Education, and therefore I want to look at it from the angle of not just the evolution of the cedi, but the use of the cedi. Mr. Speaker, for someone to have a statement of this nature and even talk about the cedi as at 2023, 2024 being 17 cedis is not factual. We cannot be in the house of facts and a house of records and state misfacts. It's unfortunate for anybody to indicate that, especially when there is no evidence to that effect. The cedi has never gone to 17 cedis. We have done propaganda with the cedi. We've done propaganda at all times material. When the cedi was even 14 cedis, we were pushing it to 17 cedis. Like we are talking today. The cedi is on an aphrodisiac. My ranking on government assurances can tell you the kind of aphrodisiac it is. And you should also be mindful that not all aphrodisiacs are effective. Some aphrodisiacs can actually cause you, can dismember you. It can give you heart attack. When they even put oxygen on you, it will not survive.
Very soon,
one of the aphrodisiacs is propaganda. The other aphrodisiac is non-payment of contractors. Pay contractors, let us see that the cedi is standing on its knees. All we come and do here is the usual propaganda. Cedi is 60 and then you have been able to. Are we not Ghanaians? If the cedi is stable and is solid, it is to the benefit of all the Ghanaian people, including us.
Bank of Ghana is interfering.
When we do not know how gold board is funded and we don't know what is happening to it, you don't want us to know how the cedi is performing. Let us know. When there is constant interference from the Bank of Ghana, no, let us talk about the realities on the ground. People have done well, let's commend them. And I want to look at it from the angle that whoever has contributed to the proper evolution of the cedi must be commended, they must be celebrated. I think we have a list of names. Yes, President Mama is one of them. Anybody who has been a president since the inception of the cedi should be commended. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who has been the president of the Republic of Ghana for 8 years, is a major contributor of the stability of the cedi. And when they are talking Odorodi Odoma, you are saying that Akufo-Addo has not done what? I will address the chair, so I'll leave you for all the... I need you to understand, President Kufuor, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, all the governors, deputy governors. Mr. Speaker, I traveled to Barbados in very recent times. and I had to use cash. I've always held on to cash because I sometimes believe that all these systems can always have a way of breaking down. And so I was just telling my boss that I used American Airlines, and just to pay for a bag, I was asked to use a card. Mr. Speaker, I do not have a card. I still don't. So I had to look in the queue and find out who could be supportive. So somebody paid, and I had to give the person cash. All of this has been part of the evolution of the city. It does not have to always be cash. It can be through card. And we started the digitalization. And please, can you shut up? And listen to your leader when he's talking. We started the digitalization of the city, Mr. Speaker. And today, Mr. Speaker, you know what is happening to the limbs? The limbs is not working because Mr. Speaker, today, the live wave health management system, information system, is not working because, Mr. Speaker, because we are back to cash.
You cannot be shouting there. Sit down when you are acknowledged.
Mr. Speaker, the fact that we are back to cash alone tells you that we have done well as a nation and we are departing. For the fact that people go to the hospitals and they cannot have information accessed just because of cashless system. Mr. Speaker, it is very critical to cherish. Mr. Speaker, it's very critical to cherish the capacities of the people who have channeled the cash into a cashless system. And Mr. Speaker, we want to commend the Bank of Ghana for doing the needful and for celebrating the 60 years. We were hoping that all members of parliament would actually have benefited from maybe a memory form of cash from the Bank of Ghana, so that when we go home, we can also show that we were part of the 60th celebration of the city. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Majority Leadership. Honorable Dudu, I have begged you. I know, but...
Come again.
No, I'm talking to my brother.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the statements made by my colleague, Honorable Eric Afu. Mr. Speaker, CD is 60 years old, and we appreciate where it's coming from and where it has reached now. Mr. Speaker, how do we see our city? Let's all look at how we see our city. The city should be respected when it gets to your hand. See it as something that is valuable. We shouldn't be squeezing it. When we see dollar, then we are quickly looking for wallet to put the dollar in it so that it will be well preserved. But when we see cedi, then you see people looking for cloth to tie the cedi as if the cedi is nothing to write home about. Mr. Speaker, let's give that respect to the cedi. How we will see our cedi is how anybody else too can see it. When the cedi is too dirty, Bank of Ghana, please change it. Let us have neat money. Let us have clean money so that anywhere anybody sees our cedi, the person will give the cedi the respect that it deserves. Recently, the cedi is doing well. The whole world is recommending Ghana that the cedi is doing well. Mr. Speaker, we have the men, and the men are working on the cedi. And the cedi is really performing. If your mother is dead, and you say your mother is sleeping, when it gets to the night, and mothers are feeding their children, you see that nobody is feeding you. Nobody will come out to feed you. Mr. Speaker, so if the dollar went to 1.7, And they said it's not true. It's Ghanaians who will judge. Now the dollar to cedi is doing very well in the whole world. So we should applaud government in power now for holding the cedi strong for all of us. Mr. Speaker, respect is what I'm calling. Let's go to the market and educate the market women how to handle the cedi. How you see yourself is how people will buy you. How do we see the cedi? Recently, when we went to the IPU, I didn't see myself as an elderly person. I saw myself as a young person, and I fought for a position and won. Yeah. So let's see the cedi as very valuable one, and the cedi will be respected in the whole world as it's being recognized now. So, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the governor, all the past government from 65 to now. Everybody has done their part, and we will continue to do our part, and we will preserve the cedi well for the next generation.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we bring statement to a close. We have done almost all the business on the paper, so I'll revert back to leadership. It's not up to 7, so probably you move a motion for adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn the House to tomorrow. Tomorrow, 2 p.m.
Speaker, I second. Thank you.
Very much. Honourable members, the motion for adjournment has been moved and has been seconded. The question is, as many as are in favor of the adjournment motion, say aye. You don't want us to close. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried, and the House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, the 29th day of October 2025 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The House stands adjourned.